You're the host, so there you go. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see my screen. Let's see my screen. If I can get confirmation, you guys can see the homepage. Yep, cool. So we've gone ahead and added, like we kind of walked through this yesterday, but I went ahead and added a couple of things that we thought would be of value to you. As we talked about yesterday, we've added this documentation site. You can get to the documentation site from any web browser, but we added it here so it'd make it easy for you to find things as you're going through the course. If you wanted to learn how to do like user management, you can type in search and you can see user portal permissions, force user to change passwords, some of these other management things for users. But we also, there's a powerful feature, and I'll let J-Rod kind of talk to it a little bit, just because he was part of the team that helped put it together. We did add the decisions lab now down here at the bottom as an iframe. And what it is it's a series of examples based on the designer that you're trying to use. So let's say you wanted to do something with a rule, but you weren't quite sure how to do it. We give you sample projects that you can export from this site and then import into decisions. And that would allow you to try and build these things. So you could go to like things like rules and say like, here's data return rules, calculating on forms using truth tables, showing rules results on a form. There's things like form logic and flow logic. So you could go over here and say, you could scroll through these and find the thing that you're trying to make, pausing and resuming a flow. These are all examples of things. How do you access the example lab? So Mike's asking, how do we access it? You can get to it from the doc site. It's just another page on the doc site. If you, we've linked it here on your home page. If you scroll down to the bottom of your learning tab here at the top, you'll see my learning. And if you scroll down to the bottom of it, this is where that decisions lab is. But you could also get to it from the doc site too, because it's just a page on the doc site called projects. But we made it a separate page to make it easier for you guys to find and get to. And it talks about all these different things you can do. And then it actually gives you down here at the bottom a download. You can actually export the project and then import it into your decisions instance, so you could learn how to make that thing or see the steps that you wanted to make. So this is something that we've added for you. And J-Rod was part of the team that actually built this, so I'll kick it back over to him and he can explain it a little more in detail. But I just thought this was such a powerful feature that we really don't talk about enough in training. It's another resource that we give you guys to find and answer your more difficult and technical questions. So J-Rod, do you want to add anything to that?
No, yeah, absolutely. And you did a great job preferencing it. So at the time when this was created, I was on the doc team, and the whole objective of this projects was to create an environment where users, kind of like how a lot of coders go to like Stack Overflow, and you can go to like GitHub and download a project to learn how to do some method or something in coding. This is kind of our version of that. We wanted to create a place, a repository, where we stored a lot of small level projects that show users how to do one thing or the other. So you can download the lab. There's a screenshot of what it should look like. And so it just allows users to have more initiative to teach themselves the tool and have more power over that. I do want to caveat those things, though. These projects over here, some of them are created in certain versions of decisions like 6x, and a lot of that in version 7 will carry over. We want to be aware of that, because these are designed for teaching material. We don't advise importing this into your production environment and expecting it to work, just because that's not what the purpose of this is. The purpose of this is, hey, I want to know how to add an image icon on a report. So let me download that project and let me just see the setup and how they did that. So that's the whole goal and the objective there. But it is a great resource, and it is very helpful. So use that as much as you want. The other thing that I really like, and I hope Brian and team doesn't mind me talking about this, is my YouTube channel. So this is something that's kind of separate and is apart from decisions. It's basically like, imagine a guy upstairs in his parents' kind of like furnished room above the garage, and all he does is code all day. That's kind of what that channel's for. It's basically, if you want to see how to build something in decisions, I have recorded a video and done something that shows how to do do that. Feel free to ask me questions or give me video suggestions. I actually have a lot of customers that do that, and I'm working on one right now on how to do generic document creation. So that should be uploaded sometime this weekend, and you guys can see how that's done. So feel free to like and subscribe to that, so because it helps me out and helps me know if you have any comments of what you want to add, then you can be able to go to it. So yeah, and Brian put it in the chat. It's called Making Decisions with Why, and you can also click on the link there in the Decisions Basecamp to go to my channel and view it. So, all right. Anything else you want to add, Brian, before we kind of get started?
Nope. Again, you know, I know a lot of people are asking for links and things like that, but again, we're trying to turn the new LMS into this single source of truth for all data that you need. So I understand if you want links, and we'll make those available to you. We'll try to get all that stuff. I can Slack or put them in the chat. But again, we are purposely linking this content to your learning homepage because, as we kind of alluded to yesterday, now that you are a decisions user, now that you've signed into this LMS and started taking training from us, this LMS page, your learning page in the LMS, is there forever. You can come back whenever you want and view this content. I did upload the video from yesterday. I did that last night after the course. So if you go in here and go back to day 1, you'll see there's the recording and you can watch it. And I watched a little bit of it yesterday and got to hear my own annoying voice. So you know, again, this is for you to be a single source of decisions knowledge. And as we find more references, as you guys recommend things that, like, hey, I'd really like to learn this or understand this, we can change. These pages are modular. I can actually add sections to it so that you can have more access to content. But right now, this was the stuff that we felt from a beginner standpoint, it's just extremely good for you guys to have and have access to. So that's just some admin that we wanted to get started with today before we kicked off. And then J-Rod's going to do a kind of a refresher of yesterday, what we did yesterday, and then he'll get you guys started back in learning decisions and getting forward. All right, so back over to you, J-Rod.
All right, sounds good. Before we begin, I'm just going to tell everyone that in the chat, I'm going to put the way that you can email me suggestions on what to add to my YouTube channel. So the actual YouTube channel email address is this one, or you can even use my Decisions email account, and I'll put both of them in the chat. And feel free to ask any suggestion. I will let you know that if the suggestion is very involved, like there was one person that asked me to show how to create a database, external database integration, save that into Decisions and save that into another one. While in Decisions, that's possible. Just due to my, the stuff that I do on the weekends and during the week, it may take me some time to set up that environment, but I am all game for trying to figure that out in Decisions and showing you guys. So those are the 2 email addresses. Feel free to email any suggestions. And like, comment, and subscribe. All right, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and let's do a review of the workflow designer. So yesterday, we talked about the flow designer, and I specifically mentioned that I call this kind of like the backbone designer. Let me actually share on a different screen. I'll move you guys to my left, and then I'm gonna add, let's see, close this. There's my slide. There it is. All right, I'll move this over here. Now I'm going to share my screen. There we go. Now I'm all good to go. Okay. So we talked about the intro to workflow. And so I'm just going to briefly review it. I'm going to show you what we built, and I'm going to ask you some questions. So kind of get your fingers ready on the keyboard, because I'm going to throw you guys some questions to gauge your knowledge and to also to kind of give you a refresher. All right. So the flow designer, I like to call as the backbone designer, because you use it a lot into a lot of other different designers, like the forms designer, the rules designer. So I like to call it the backbone designer. We also mentioned that there were a couple of features about the flow designer. There's 5 things: the info panel, the action bar, the steps toolbox, steps properties, and debugger. Can anyone tell me, there were 3 things, or not really, not 3 things. What are things you can find in the info panel of a flow? Does anyone remember? there we go. Stephen got it. So yep, Stephen and Alfred. Yep, it's basically the audit trail. So I'm going to summarize it for you guys. Yep, history. There you go. It is the audit trail. You get the name and its description. That's where you find the things in the info panel. Metadata is a good term for it. So it's basically if you want an audit trail of who created what of that particular flow, that's what you find in the info panels. So great job. Yes. All right. Now we're going to talk about the action bar. And remember, the action bar had a lot of different things up on the top. But for the sake of the business analyst course, we didn't go through all of them extensively because that's going to be saved for more advanced courses. Do you guys remember what were the 3 action bar configurations that I wanted you guys to remember? There you go. Look at you guys are on fire today. I see everyone had their coffee, tea, or beverage of choice. Yes, save, checkpoint, and debug. Does anyone know what the checkpoint does? What does the checkpoint action do? There you guys go, man. Man, if I can give you 100, I would, but unfortunately, that's not how the course is set up. But yes, it is a restore point. It backs up that flow or that designer element for that moment in time. So if you ever need to make a breaking change to a working flow and you want to save that functioning configuration, then you create a checkpoint. Yeah, very good job. So that's what it is. Alrighty. Let's go into, let's see, step properties. I'll ask one more question. So step properties. What are 2 things, most common things that steps have? There we go. Input and output. Yes, those are the 2 most common settings that steps have, input and output. Now, there are some steps that might have only outputs, but most steps, that's why I phrased the question, what do most steps have, are inputs and outputs and configurations. Okay, great job. All right, so that's going to conclude our review. So now I'm going to go over and review the click-through guide and what we did. So in the click-through guide, we created a flow. The first flow we created was a calculate flow. And all we did is we added 2 inputs, right? A first number and a second number. And in that first number and second number, we added 2 multiply steps. In the first multiply step, we passed in the first number and second number variables so that when we call this flow via a subflow, then we can give those values to the step. Then what we did is we added another multiply step that takes in the output of the multiply 1 step, and we multiply it by a factor of 1.04 to kind of calculate a sales tax. And then what we did is after that, we also outputted the multiply 1 output as a subtotal, and then the multiply 2 output as a total. So this is where we left off here. And then the final thing we did from that click through is we made sure that we created a subflow example. And within that subflow example, all we did is we called our calculation flow. We put in some constant values in it. And then after that, we demonstrated how you can use the show pop-up step to show some text to the user, whether it's from the side or from the center. And we use 2 input mapping settings, the constant, which contains text that will always be the same no matter how many times I run this, and then the merge text, which allows me to do the combination of me typing text and also taking in variables from the data flow. And once we've configured that, then we just debugged our flow. And now you can see the total and subtotal from the pop-up and the subject message. So that's where we left off in the flow designer. Before we go into the forms designer, does anyone have any questions over the flows designer? All right, I see no questions. So let's go ahead and let's go into the topic for today. All right, so we yesterday focused a lot on the overview of the portal and then a little bit on how we develop processes in the flow designer by creating those 2 flows that I just demonstrated. We're going to now shift gears and talk about a designer that's more UI focused. So any of you artsy people or UI front end people on the call, you're going to really like this topic of conversation because we're going to talk about how to create forms in decisions. And this is a really fun part. And when I say are any artsy people on the call, I'm partly talking to myself because I also have a degree in music and I've written my own music. And so I love art and music and all that stuff. So I really like this class as a summary of that instruction. So let's go ahead and let's see what are the features of the form designer. So let's first talk about what a form is. There's always going to be two perspectives when we talk about the forms designer or flows designer. The first one is going to be the user perspective, because that's what the end user will interface with when they run a process. And then the designer user, that's going to be what we as decisions developers or decisions designers see when we create the form. And so between those two different perspectives, we're going to see different things. The first perspective as the user, what the user sees is it's just a screen or a user interface object that we can enter data in. This could be in the form of a task or an assignment. This could be me submitting my PTO request. This could be maybe me submitting a travel request to go to a location. Both of those things, I don't see what's running in the background. I just see a form that I fill out. And once I fill it out, I will click a button to send it to its expected outcome. So that's what the user sees. What does the designer user see? The designer user sees an actual item that's created in a designer folder, which we call a designer element. And what it is it's stored in a designer folder. And then it is also a step in the workflow designer. So when we showed in the flow designer yesterday, we can add form steps to our flow designer to create a process that has a form. And then from the designer perspectives, it may pause the flow in its execution. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that, and I'll show that in decisions. But that's what it is from the designer perspective. So in summary, what the user sees, it's just a user interface. This is what they interact with. From the designer perspective, it is a flow step that can pause the execution of a flow. So that's kind of the summary of those 2 points that I want you to take away with. That the user, it's just a user interface. But to the designer, it's a flow step, and it may or may not pause the flow's execution. All right, let's go on to the next slide and let's talk about it. There are 4 form types in decisions that you will want to be aware of. And the first one is the most common one. First one is just the in session form, and that's spelled IN session form. So that is the form that is given as typically as the first step within a process that needs user submission. If there's ever a process where we need the user to input data, then we will have this in-session form. What does this in-session form do? This in-session form pauses the workflow and will not continue, and will wait until the user has submitted that information before proceeding to the next step in the flow. So before we talk about the other form types, I want to demonstrate that pausing function in decisions. So let me go ahead and I'm going to create a simple form. You don't need to follow along with me. We're not at the click-through section yet, so you don't need to follow along. Just understand, I'm going to illustrate how the form pauses the workflow. So this is going to be show form example. And so we're going to go here. And your show form step is going to be a step in your favorite step, so you won't need to scroll, far to find it. Then I'm going to drag this onto the canvas. I'm going to connect it up. I haven't created a form, so I'm just going to create a really quick form. Oops, let's say create. There we go. Create a simple form or a easy form. I'm going to call it easy form. I'm going to add a button, and I'm not going to add any other user interactive controls just yet, because all I'm illustrating is how it pauses the workflow. And then I'm going to do a show pop-up after it. Show pop-up. And it's going to say, be a constant and say, hello, friends. And say hi. All right. So what I'm illustrating right now is how the forms designer pauses the workflow execution. When I debug this, what you're going to see is that see how the form is running and it's appearing on my screen. And in the flow designer background, you see how it hasn't executed the show pop-up step yet? That's because this in session form pauses the workflow and will stay here until the configured session timeout has been reached, and won't hit the show pop-up step. So in order for this flow to proceed, the user has to click the interactive controls or submit the data that's needed. Now, I made it simplistic, so all I have is a button, but you'll notice once I click on the button, now my flow executes the rest of the process. And so now my pop-up, hello friends, hi, now appears. But that's the key point I want you to take away from this, is that the in session form actually pauses the workflow execution and will not allow the flow to proceed to the next steps until this has been fulfilled. That is the key thing I want you to take away from the in session form. Any questions over the in session form type before we proceed to the next one? What is the Alfred asked, what is the default session timeout set? Can we modify the session timeout? Yes, you can. I believe it's either on the form setup. I think I'll have to look for that. But yes, you can modify that. I'll find that out and give you the more specific answer. I believe it's either here. If it's not in the setup, then it could be in the system settings in the designer studio, and you can configure that there. So I'll research that and give you the more direct answer, but I believe that's the location where we'd find that out. There we go. We got another great question. What if you have two buttons there? Which one will proceed to the next step if there are any default behavior? That's a good one. I'm actually going to park on that one for a second because that's a really good illustrative area to talk about. So I'm going to do the show form example. And what Shahzad asked is, what happens if I set another button? So this is going to be called, I'm going to call this button 1, and I'm going to put another button, and we'll call this button 2. All right, so now when I save this, what you'll see happens is now I have 2 lines and 2 paths that appear when I add multiple outcome buttons. So what happens is, let's say I put button 1 to the show pop-up step, and then I put button 2, I say just end the process entirely. And what you will see is that depending on which path I take, I will either trigger the show pop-up step, or I will either skip the pop-up step. See how when I took the button 2 path, it did not run the show pop-up step because it has no knowledge of that step because it's a completely different execution area. So that's something you want to be aware of. But yes, you can add as many outcome paths as you want, and you can have it route to different steps in your flow to the ones that are applicable. So that's how you would do that. All right, great questions. Now let's go ahead and let's continue on. Let's talk about the next form type. So that was the in-session form. This in-session form pauses and halts the workflow process. Now I'm going to talk about our standard closing message, which is the end form, which is the END form. What the end form is its primary purpose is just to inform the user that, hey, your interaction with the process has ended in either a success or a failure. It is just a notification piece. The example I like to use is I used to work fast food a long time ago. And when I worked fast food, that was when like mobile banking was getting started, and you can like, submit your check over your phone. And I kind of didn't trust it. So I would actually get my actual physical check and actually go to the ATM machine. And when I go to the ATM machine, I would, fill out all the information, I'd submit the check. And then after I submitted it, the ATM would say, hey, your funds will be available in your account between 2 to 3 business days or whatever the message was. And then I had the satisfaction of knowing that my funds, that whole transaction processed successfully. It would be pretty horrible if what happened in that scenario, if I put my check into the ATM and it just ate it and there were no messages. And all that, work that I'd done working fast food, I don't know if I lost all that money. I don't know if I have to get the bank manager to say, hey, I think this ATM just ate my check, or what have you. So that's the whole point of end forms. It's to signal, hey, this process ended in a success or a failure. so that the user can then take the next steps, the appropriate steps that they need to. So that's why we use closing form, end forms, and decisions. All right, let's switch to the designer and let's show an end form. So there are two steps that we can use to display an end form. One step is called the end form session. I'm gonna drag this over here, the end form session that allows you to do actually a couple of options. You can either display a message, you can close the window, you can navigate a user to a different URL, you can open up the portal in a new window. It gives you a lot of options. All the other ones are a little advanced. The only one I really want you to remember is just you can display a message. That's it. Pretty simple. And so what this does is I can say, hey, I'm gonna add it to the button 2 path. So I'm going to say, hey, and I'm actually going to connect it to the end step and say, your process ran successfully, whatever that is, successfully, exclamation point. And I'm going to save. And then I'm going to debug, right? And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take button 2, and because I'm in the debugger, that's another thing to be aware of. It didn't display the message, because one of the features of an end form is that it will continue the process even when it's being displayed. So that's why in the debugger you didn't see it. Now, if I wanted to show you how it looks, I'd actually have to go outside my flow or outside the flow designer. I'd have to right click my flow and I'd have to run this flow. And then now when I click button 2, notice that I have that end form that ran that says your process ran successfully. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is you can actually create a form called an end form. So in my create form step, I can click this tile here to create an in session form, which we already created, or I can go down to the tiles here and I can create an end form step, an end form. And this end form will not pause the workflow. It will continue the process even when it's displayed. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to say I want to create an end form. This is going to be Jared's sweet end form, smiley face, and I'll press enter. And now what I'll do is I'm just going to create a label, drag a label over here. I'm going to put some label text and say, hey, your process ran great, exclamation point. And I'm going to save this. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my flow, and I'm going to add my end form. And the step that I would need to use to add my end form to the process is called I think it's called end form. Yeah, pick or create end form right here. So it's the first one up top if you type in end form. You can also just drag in the actual name of it because decisions will be aware of what you've created. So there, I can just drag in Jared's sweet end form, and then I don't have to pick it because it already knows that it exists. So after you drag over that, now when I run my process, start the debugger, I'm going to run button 1. Notice how my form is displayed, but the process still executed, right? Because that's what an end form does. An end form just displays the message, but allows the flow to continue the process to the next stage. And that's the big difference between the in session form and the end form. It's because the in session form, remember, pauses the workflow, right? We can show this right now. I'm going to debug and see my workflow is paused, right? It is at this step. It is not going to go anywhere. It's going to stay here until I click on a button and do something. And then when I click button 1, now I'm showing my end form, which you can see through the highlighted yellow line that the flow executed even after this form is being displayed to me right now. So that is the big difference. If you want to know what is the difference between an in session and an end form, an in session form pauses the workflow and is used for user submission. An end form does not pause the workflow and continues the process and is used for displaying a message to the user. Now, that is a very important distinction because a common mistake that we see from people learning decisions the first time is they'll place in session forms in the middle of their process, which is a danger and a no-no. The reason why is because if I run an in session form I'm going to debug this and I run an in session form. And let's say I click the X and close it. Just by clicking on that X and closing the form, I have terminated this process. So let's say I had a process that saved a lot of data and I had an in session form as a confirmation to say, hey, the data was saved. But after that in session form, there was still other stuff that needed to happen to make that the saving finalized, and a user just clicks X on that form, then they just inadvertently terminated your process. That's why in-session forms are never to be used in the middle of your process. They're typically used at the beginning for user submission. If you want to display a confirmation, that's what an end form is for. All right, any questions over end forms in decisions? All right, pretty simple, not too complicated. All right, so let's go to the next one, the third one, the background form. So the background form is just to set the appearance of your forms. This initially was the primary way of styling forms in decisions due to us being in Silverlight. And so before I actually thought this was a deprecated feature and that wasn't really used, but that's not the case. There was actually a use case where one of our PS members, Josh Lax, he used it as a way to apply a styling for all the forms for his process. And if you change the background form that all of the forms are referencing, then it will update that styling on all the forms in your process. So it's a way to kind of it's basically like a template for your design. And if you ever want to change that template and you have all your other forms in your process referencing that template, and if you add that new design, then it's going to update for all the different forms in your process. Another question in the chat over end forms. So end forms are basically models, or it can be a page as well. So it's just, so end forms are just confirmation forms would be the best way to look at that. You can't really use it as a page. You'd be using, which we'll talk about later on when we get to our pages class, a form tile. But it's really just a confirmation message that appears. All right, let me create a background form so that we can see how that works. So let's say I'm going to close this. I'm going to create a new form. And let's say I want to create form background right here. So you'd find it right there. And we're going to create a form background. And this is going to be Jared's form background. All right. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to style this. I'm going to change the color to, everyone's going to know this green because green's the best color. So it's going to be green. I'll leave the bottom part gray because that's fine. I will do, let's do an image. And let's see if I can grab, to use a static image. I'm going to grab, we'll grab Eric's photo. I'm going to put Eric's photo. Oops. This, there we go, from file. Now I'm going to drag Eric's photo. I'm going to pick this. There we go. So look at that. We have Eric Welmerink, the Deputy Director of Training. He is going to be on our background form. Now, all I need to do to apply this background form to the rest of my forms is I just have to go into that form. And then there's a setting here. Let's see if I remember it. Called, yeah, right there, pick or create form background. So I can pick this background. I'm going to pick existing. I'm going to pick Jared's form background. And then now I have this background of the Deputy Director Eric's face on this form. And anytime I update the background form, it will automatically update on any form that's tied to it. So let's say if I added some data, a label, and I said, this is the best background form ever, exclamation point, smiley face. Then when I go back to my in-session form that I just created for my easy form, you'll see that text, this is the best background form ever because it's referencing that template. So that's background forms in a nutshell. It allows you to kind of templatize your design across all forms. All right, we got a question in the chat. Can we hide cross buttons on forms? So yes, you can. We actually, Randy actually will be talking to you guys about that later today. Using active form flows, you guys can hide and show controls. And so I won't dive into that too much. I'll let Randy have that because that's a fun class, and he'll definitely go into and show you how to do all of that stuff. So any other questions? All right, let's continue on to our last form setup. Oh, actually, we got another good question. Alfred asked, what is the difference of using background forms versus using CSS and styling for the form? So the difference between the two is the background form, you are limited to the UI that you can configure into decisions. So you can use any of the design capabilities that Decisions has, but it's not going to have as much flexibility as CSS. So CSS, what that says is, hey, I want to read a file that updates the form control class or any of the form control classes that are there, and you can design your own sweet styling and branding through that way. To get your own styling, you're going to want to use the CSS way because it just gives you more flexibility on what you want to do. So that's what we advise. You want to go with the CSS because you can reference that file and you have more flexibility over it instead of just being tied to the Decisions UI. Another question, Phil asked, would we use an interactive form to accommodate midstream steps, internal user steps? So, and so we wouldn't be using an in-session form at that point. If you want to have a task or some type of form step where you want a user to work something, what we would do there is we'd give you an assignment form. An assignment form will pause the flow, but what happens with that one is it actually stores the record in a database table, and so even if the user closes that assignment task, it doesn't terminate the process because it's stored in the database table. So that's how we would add an interactive form experience in the middle of our process instead of using an in-session form. Yeah, great questions, guys. I love the interaction. The last form type that we'll talk about today is the external form. And unfortunately, this one I can't really demonstrate because I don't have an external form created. I actually probably should work on that because I would definitely like to show you guys how to work on that in Decisions. But this external form step, what its primary use case is we have customers who use Decisions who don't want to use the Decisions UI. They have their own UI, JavaScript, Angular, HTML employee at their company, and they are the ones that create and design all the UI with the team. And so they just want to use their own UI and they don't want to use Decisions forms. So what the external form step does, it allows users to pick their designed form by submitting the URL where to show the form or configure the form thereof with that external form step. So that's what its primary use case is to give our customers the flexibility to use their own branding and UI if they have their own UI developers on staff at their company. So that's the final one. I'll let you guys know the two most common ones that you'll be using throughout the process and the ones that I want you to remember for the business analyst course are going to be the interactive and the end form. I want you to know of background and external forms just as a knowledge perspective, but you're not going to be using them during the course of the business analyst training. You just need to know that they exist if you're ever in that niche use case. The two you will want to remember are the interactive forms and the end forms because you will build those over the course of this business analyst project. So that's me just simplifying it for you. Just interactive and end forms are the two that you're going to need to remember. Okay, let us proceed. All right, so just like the flow designer, there is a layout to the form designer as well. And you'll notice that a lot of the things that we talked about in the flow designer also carry over to the form designer. So things like the info bar, right? I already asked you guys with the info bar stored, and you guys already nailed it. It's an audit trail that created on and all that, audit information, its name and description. And the info bar in the form designer does the same thing. It just stores basic audit information that are contained in that specific designer element, like who created it, who modified it. If there's any comments or descriptions over that specific designer element, then that's all going to be contained in the info bar. Now, there's this big fancy term that I kind of skipped over, but we'll go back to it, called WYSIWYG. And you may ask, what is that? And many of you may already know. It just means what you see is what you get. And what that means is when you design the form experience in the form designer, that's what it's going to look like to the end user who runs that form. You don't need to have to, compile that or do some conversion to see what does my form look like to the end user. It's already going to look like what you design it in the form designer is what it's going to look like for the end user. That's all it means. You have the action bar, and that's where we can do the save, the checkpoint, and and there's no debug in the forms designer. There's preview. So we don't have a debug feature in the form designer. It's a preview. And so that's how we can view the user interaction within our form in the action bar. So let's go ahead and I'm going to demonstrate and show you guys the action bar. So if I go into my Decision Studio, you guys may have seen this, but I don't have a debugger, right? There's no debugging. The two that I have from the Flow Designer are the save and the checkpoint, undo and redo, and then the view. But all the other stuff is a little bit different. So if I want to see how this form looks, I can preview it, and then I can get a sense of what the interaction between the buttons are. If I add some controls, I can preview that and I can see what it would look like if a user clicks on those controls. And that's what the preview is designed for. It's mainly just to give you an idea of what the interaction a user or the type of interaction a user would do on that particular control. Randy will talk about this later, but when you get into active form flows, if you configure any type of processing or flow running on your forms, you'll have to test that out in the flow designer. And Randy will talk about that later in the active form flows. All right, so those are the three main things that I want you to remember. You can save, you can, which is just saving the form. Checkpoint does the exact same thing as it does in the flow designer. And then there's no debugger, but in replacement of the debugger, there is preview. And all the preview does is get you to see how the user interaction of this form would be like. Okay, so that is the action bar. Now, instead of the flow steps toolbox, we do have somewhat of a toolbox, and it's actually still called toolbox. I don't know why we call it form controls, but we have a toolbox in the form designer, just like we did in the flow designer. And here we have a lot of different types of controls. You have text boxes. We have text multi-line, which allows the user to have a word wrap experience in their text box. We have a drop-down list, so you can configure a list of items and allow users to pick the one that they want. You can upload files, and you can be able to move this around the designer and design the way you want. So that's what that is. It's the form controls toolbox that we have here. Now, I will let you guys know, when we get to the part where we start designing the form and we go through the click-through, notice that we have these little arrows here. And unfortunately, to move the control around, you do not left-click and drag. That's not supported in the interaction within the form controls. So as you can see, I'm left-click dragging and it's not doing anything. What I have to do is hover my mouse over the arrow and single-click. And when I single-click, then it moves the control up or down, or however much the space is allotted to it on the form. So that's the thing I want you to be aware of. Whenever you move controls around, it's not a left click and drag. It's a single click to get the control to move around the form. Alrighty, so that is the forms toolbox. You have an array of favorites toolboxes or toolbox controls, and there's also categories for more advanced ones that we'll get to experience and use later on during the course of this training. Any questions over the forms toolbox? All right. I don't see any questions. So now we're going to continue on to the properties panel. So just like how flow steps had properties, or we can configure them further, we have the same options available when we click on our form controls. So notice if I left click my text box here and it's highlighted, all the way to the right, you see this properties panel update. So I'm going to move this here so you guys can see this black square. And then when I click on a different control, you'll see that that properties panel changes. And I have different options depending on the control I click. It's just like flows, right? If I click on a flow step, I'm going to have certain inputs or outputs based on that flow step. And the same thing with the form controls. If I click on the form control, I'm going to have different properties for that control that I need to configure. And so that's the same. So it's kind of the same kind of application here is applied to the forms designer here. All right. So I'm going to clear my doodle. Let me go back into the slides. All right. So that's the WYSIWYG. It's the info bar. It's the action bar. It's the form controls toolbox or panel. And then that's the properties panel where you can configure them and further. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the designer overview part 2. So let's say you want to orient the form in a certain way. How do we do that? Well, there are two things that you need to remember when we move our controls around. There's the surface, which is the properties of the form itself. And then there's also a root container, which is the base layer of your form. So already when you run a form, there is a root container that already houses all of your form controls. And so if you want to edit the columns or the rows, you'll need to click on that root container. And I'll be showing that in a second. And then we also have the surface properties, which is the properties that edit on the entire form itself, like its sizing, if you have any active form flows, and any other CSS that you want to apply to it. So I know that was a question. So that's how you would add those in there. You'd have to make sure you click on the surface. All right. So where do we find those? Where do we find those in decisions? So I'm going to remove Eric's face because it's going to be very hard to kind of show how to do that with a giant picture in the background. So we'll have to say goodbye to Eric for a little bit. And now I can show how to edit the base of the root container. All right, so let me delete these controls. All right, so the thing I want you to remember, the surface. Remember when it says the surface. What the surface means is that if a user clicks on any checkbox, see this like checkered space right here? This is what we call the surface. It is the topmost layer of the form designer, and that's where we edit things like giving it a title. If I want to make my form longer or shorter or whatever the case may be, I do that on the surface, and the surface is clicking on any part of the checkered box right here. That's where we'd find that. So that's the surface, the checkered space. The root container. What is the root container? The root container is the first grid right here. So when I right click this, or actually, so when I click on when I right click on the form on the grid layout here, I can get you the root container. And you can see this orange line. It may be hard to see. I'm going to kind of highlight it a little bit. That is me selecting the root container, the bottommost container of this form. And notice I can edit the columns, the rows, and all that stuff. Typically, we won't need to edit this root container. Now, there are some cases where we will, but for the sake of our class, we won't be editing the root container that much. Just know that it's there and know that it exists. Now, what we will be editing is a grid. So notice I can click on any spot in this form right here. So it doesn't matter where, I can left click in here and I get access to the rows and the columns available here. And over at this setup right here, I can click add and I can add an extra column if I want. And there's the third column. And I can also add more rows if I need to by saying, hey, I want to add another 30 row, and I'm going to switch it to fixed. And so I have another row at the bottom here. So that's where you would utilize the clicking on the different layout containers to edit it. So you can get the layout and you can get the style that you're looking for the form. And if you want to edit the surface, you click on the checkered space, and that's where you can pick the background form. That's where you can configure active form flows. And also, I think someone asked about CSS. You can pick the CSS that you want for your process. So I think, there we go. So if I want internal process style CSS, notice that it changed my buttons. It automatically loaded those classes from there. So that's a way you can generically style your form by uploading your style sheet and then checking the box of your uploaded file sheet. All right, so those are the two things there. Any questions over the surface or root container? All right, let's go ahead and let's talk about layouts. So what are layouts? Well, all layouts are is they're actually form controls that you can use to put on top of your decisions, grid. And so all of that is a way that you can organize your form controls even further by putting a grid on top of a grid, for example, because all a grid on top of a grid is a grid is just a form control that can be used. Deepak asked, do we have default CSS classes available? Yeah, so you'll have all the default style sheets that Decisions uses. It comes in the installation of Decisions, or even if you're using the training server, you'll still have those default CSS files that you can use, and you can access them accordingly and update it and edit it. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and let's talk about the layout. So when I go back into my Decision Studio, I have a whole category here of flow steps called, or not flow steps, form steps called layout. And when I click on this layout, I have things like a scroll panel, a tab container, vertical split panel, vertical stack. I have all these different things, right? They're kind of all fancy. I'm just going to pick a couple for you guys to remember. The first one's going to be a grid layout. So I can attach a grid layout to a certain row of form. And now when I click on this grid, notice how I have the arrows here and the orange line highlighting it. Now I can see the grid setup of that grid layout. If I click on this grid layout, the more parent grid layout here, then I see different rows and columns. So if I want to, what this gives me the ability to is I can style this grid section and only this grid section without affecting any other part of the process or any part of the form, right? So I can have a green grid section and all the other parts of my form can be white. So you can use the grids for styling or housing different components in a certain way. So I want my drop-down list to be there. I want a text box to be here, or whatever the case may be. And the control is only going to conform to that space that's allotted for it. That's why the best practice in Decisions is to always use grids, because you can easily manipulate the grid, the column, and the rows to get the coverage and the look and feel that you want. So grid layout. So that's the one. That's one of the ones you want to remember. The other one that I think is cool to use, which we'll talk about and simple for business users to understand, is the tab container, because it's just a tab. So with this one, what you can do is you can drag over a tab container and you can configure the tabs to show different things depending on what a user clicks. Now, the thing that you'll need to do with the tab container is you'll need to apply a grid layout to it first so that you can put controls in on it. So I'm gonna put text box here, I'll put a number box here, and all that stuff. And then if I click the tab B, notice that that grid is not there. So this is tab A, I go to tab B and there's nothing here. So you can easily use the tabs to configure what data you want to display on what grid and how you want that shown. You just have to remember, you always have to add a grid on top of the tab container so that you can organize your controls. Yep, but those are the two that you'll just need to remember: the grid layout and then the tab container. All right. Okay. So that's what the layout is. You can embed things and do a lot of different things to it. Here is a list of all the different types of container types that we have in decisions, and all of them serve a different purpose. And most of these, you'll just need to know them via knowledge. You don't really need to know their practical application, because you'll get to experience them in later projects in the decisions development course. So like I said, the first ones that you're going to want to be familiar with at this level are just the grid and the tab container. Those are the ones that are relatively easy to get used to and get your feet wet into container types. And the reason why the grid is always at the top is because that is the most recommended way to design forms. Always use grids. If you ever forget what layout to use, it's a grid. If you think there's another layout you should use, it's a grid. Basically, whatever you think of in the layout is a grid. That's what we're going to be using all the time. Alrighty, any comments or questions over grids? All right, I see no questions. So in the next slide talks about the difference between the canvas container and the grid container. And we always advise using the grid because it's just a better container overall. So one, it doesn't resize well. It's very difficult. And then the canvas container is only positive is you got quick forms that you can use for it. And if you're never going to resize that form, then go ahead and use a canvas container. But just to show you the difficulty of a canvas container, I'm going to create another form so you guys can see. So let's create a form. I'm going to call this the canvas form gross. And then what I'm going to do is on the surface here, I can change the container type to canvas. And let me delete this one right here. Boom. So this is a canvas right here. No, it's not canvas. Let me delete this. This is the canvas right here. This is the canvas. The reason why we don't like a canvas is because if I place a control here, right, I got to resize this thing. And let's say I want to organize the labels, and then my labels got to be the center. It's very difficult to get the sizing that I want or the style. So that's why we don't recommend using, because that's not even. There we go. I think that's better. And then the button is going to be here. So it's very difficult to get the style that you're looking for with the canvas. That's why we advise people not to use it. And we will always use a grid because you can just manipulate the rows and the columns to get the size that you want. So yeah, so that's the canvas form. Alrighty, and I think the final slide today is the grid container. Okay, yes. So we're going to spend a little bit more time on the grid container because this is the one that we want to use for our process. So notice when I was designing the columns and rows, there's 3 different types of columns and rows. There is a fixed column or row, which just means that it will maintain that pixel length or width that is defined by the user. That will not change. It will always be that pixel length, whether the user maximizes the form or minimizes the form. It will be that same. Resize means that column or row will actually resize depending on what the user does, whether they maximize or minimize the form. And so if you want a column or row to be flexible, if a user makes it larger or smaller, then you can use the resize behavior. What the grow does is, let's say I want to have a column or row to only grow to a certain pixel, the length or width, and then it will stop at that point. So what the grow does is it says, hey, I'm only going to grow the column or row to this specific length. So if it's 250 pixels, I'm only going to grow to that much. I can shrink below that, but I cannot go beyond the grow set. So that's the difference between resize. Resize will automatically try to scale depending on what the user does to it, but grow will only increase the size of the column for width for that pixel length. So if it's 250, it's only going to grow to 250. And if the user shrinks it below that, it will shrink below that, but it won't grow beyond that. And then fixed means I'm the static. I'm going to stay this pixel length no matter what anyone does. So that's what those things, so what that means. And now we'll get to the closing slide. So best practice, always use grids. Just use a grid. Like I said, if you think of anything else, you're thinking of a grid. If you go to bed tonight and you're dreaming of layouts, you're going to dream of a grid. If you're going to go to get some life advice, the life advice person is going to have a grid somewhere. If you went to math class and did algebra and you looked at a Cartesian coordinate, well, that's a grid. So use a grid. That's the whole point. All right. Any comments or questions over the forms designer in decisions?
So if you know their start date, you can calculate starts this Thursday, 5
All right, I see no questions. So let me just kind of clean up my designer. I want to delete this flow. I'm going to clean up my designer. And then we'll go into our click-through and we're going to work on our forms designer section of the click-through. So go ahead and take this time to download the document from learn.decisions.com, or if you already have it open, navigate to the intro to forms section and we'll begin developing our first form. So I'm cleaning this up, multi-select, canvas, gross, background form, DMDs, perfect. Alrighty. Apply, good. All right, so now I actually have to go to, I don't have it downloaded. There it is. Actually, I do have it. I'm going to move this right here. I'm going to move this over here. I don't need this anymore. Okay, cool. Alrighty, so it should be on page 25. Page 25. We're going to do a little bit of kind of user account management. I think that's. Yep, we're going to do a little bit of user account creation before we go into the form designer. So let me know in the chat when you guys are ready. I'll be on page 25 of the click through. Awesome. Okay, so this is just kind of pre-set up for the rest of the click through. We need to create some mock accounts in decisions so that we can reference them later on when I believe when Randy teaches you guys the rules designers class, because it will be used for his class. So what we're doing here is we're setting up Randy for success and you guys as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to, so in this example, we will be creating a statement rule, yada, that's later on. Let's see, we will, for this exercise, we need to create 5 test accounts. We will need to be made in decisions. So I'm going to go to my decision studio. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll all the way to the system folder right here. I'm going to expand the system folder. And then I have security, security. In the security folder, that's where you create user accounts and user groups in decisions. Now, like Randy talked about, did a great job talking about in our beginner class, decisions can also integrate with Active Directory, Azure, and things like that. So it can automatically pull your user accounts for your organization. So you don't have to manually create it. But for the sake of this click through, we're going to show you how to do that, how to manually create it. All right, so what we do is we're going to expand this security tab, and now we have accounts. So has everyone found their accounts folder? In system, security, and accounts. Awesome, we got one. Sweet, there we go. Yes, so in the accounts, what we're going to do is we're going to left click the accounts folder, and you'll see that we have, you'll see all the accounts in your system. Since your guys' environment, if you're using the training server, you will see other people's user accounts. So you might see, so Jocelyn might see Nicole's and Stephen might see Jasper's, because it's a shared environment. So if you see other people's user accounts, that's why. Now, so to make sure that we don't mess with anyone else's user account when we create it, we're going to create our user account with the same nomenclature that we created our designer folders. So up at the top left here, we're going to click create account. I'm going to left click this, and I'm going to give it, it does not have to be a valid, an actual email address. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this JR, and so JR, what is it? JR manager. Oh, let's see, manager, manager1 at email.com. And my password is just going to be password or something simple. It doesn't have to be too complex for this. And then I'm just going to create the account. And so that's how I want you to name it. Make sure before you create it that you do your first initials and then manager1 at email.com. Yes, you can. We have a question in the chat. Is it possible to integrate with OpenID or SAML2 or Federate? Yes, you can integrate with those as well. Decision supports those integrations. Alrighty. Once we have this, just create the account and you'll see that that account gets created here. And according to the click-through, let's see, we're going to do this for 5 test accounts will need to be created. So it's going to be, so we're going to create 5 of those. And right here is the direction. So we need to create a total of 5 accounts, manager1, manager2, manager3, manager4, and then CEO. And remember, when we create them, you're going to want to make sure that you put your initials. So I'm going to do it here, JR manager 2 at, not Gmail. What did I say? What? Email.com. Super secure passwords, just password. Create the account. I'm going to do it again. 3 at email, not gmail.com. Password. Create the account. And then I'm going to do it again. JR manager. I think it's 4 at email.com. Password. And then I'm going to do the last one. It's going to be JR CEO at email.com. Password. Create. All right, so that's what yours should look like. So let me remove some of these extra accounts that I have. Manage, delete this account.
Right, we could just post that. Yeah, we could post the spreadsheet in the chat. Say, here's the tree.
All right, I'll give you guys some time to catch up with me. Let's count. All right, perfect. So what you should have when you're done, you should have your initials, CEO at email.com, your initials, manager1 at email.com, all the way through 4. You're going to want to make sure that you have these 5 accounts declared in your system because they will be used later on in the process of this click-through. Alrighty, I'm going to wait till I see some more dones. I see we got 1. So let me know when you guys are ready to proceed to the next step. Cold coffee is good when you're expecting it to be cold, but when you thought it was still hot and you drink it, it's kind of like you're in for a surprise. All right, so I see a lot of dones and a lot of readies. Okay, so I'm going to clear out my drawings and let's go back to our click-through. Now we're going to be talking about our introduction to the forms designer. All right, so forms and decisions have multiple purposes. They not only operate as a user interface on the front end, but they also receive user input that passes data through flow steps. A strong note is that forms do not serve logistical purposes if not accompanied by a flow on the back end. So in order for a form to work, it must be accompanied with a flow. Even if a form is configured with places for a user to enter information, the form is not live and data is not moving unless it is called from a step in a flow, which is true. Forms are composed of form controls. Yep, they are. That is true. All right, I'm not gonna, there you go. Introduction to form examples. So go with me, perfect, to page 28 or near the end of page 28, where it says introduction to the forms example. Because I don't really want to read what I just taught you guys through the slide. Okay, so once we get to that introduction to the forms example on page 28, it's going to say in the designer project folder designated to the forms, select create form from the top action bar. When the window appears, choose form, then name the form purchase request form and click create. The form designer will appear in the screenshot below, as you can see here. All right, so let's go into our studio. We're going to go all the way back to our purchase request application. We're going to go to forms, and then we're going to create the form. Click this form here, and I believe it said in the design purchase request form. So we're going to create a form called purchase request form. But remember, you always got to put your initials, purchase request form. And when you're here, go ahead and click enter or click create to go into the form designer. I'm going to wait for everyone to catch up. Let me know when you're ready for me to proceed to the next step. Awesome. Loving all the dones. All right, so we're going to click create and we're going to go immediately into the forms designer. So in the forms designer here, which I've demonstrated earlier, we're going to configure this. So let's see, located in the toolbox on the left side, drag over a button from the favorite section, place it in the bottom right cell. When the set action outcome name text appears, type submit and press enter. So basically, we're going to do that. And then what it says is we're going to drag over a text box from the toolbox and place it in the third row in the top left. When the set data name appears, type requester name and press shift enter on the keyboard. Notice that the requester name label has appeared in the text box. Okay, use the same method to add the requester email. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is we're going to do this. This image right here is what we're going to do. How do we do that? We're going to get the button up here in the favorites, drag it all the way to the bottom. And this is the set action outcome name that was referenced in the click through. We're going to type submit here. When we type submit here, you're just going to click enter. And then it will change the name. Now, let's say if you missed that area, you can also type the text here as well. All right, and then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to drag in a text box. So the text box, we're going to drag it here. And well, let me first remember what we're calling it, requester name. So we're going to call this first box requester name. Now this one's a little tricky. So listen to me very carefully. I'm going to type here in the set data name right here. Once I drag it onto the grid, I'll have this pop up. I'm going to type requester name right here. And I think I spelled requester wrong because everyone knows I can't spell. All right. Notice here, I have the shift plus enter, right? I can hold shift on my keyboard. I have to hold shift on my keyboard and then I press enter. And then notice it creates a label for me. That's what we want to do. Now, let's say, that may be difficult. What you can do is you can put the text box here, should be in the second row to give space for the label. If I put it at the top part, and tried it, it's not going to create the label because there's no space for it. So what you're going to do is you're going to put your text box here. You're going to type in requester name, space name. And let's say if you don't want to click on shift enter, what you can do is you can left click shift plus enter here, and then it will put it for you. So that's kind of an easier way to do that if you want to do it that way. We have a question in the chat. It says, does it always create a label on the top? Yes, that is correct, Jasper. It always creates it at the top. All right, and then go ahead and do that much for the text box here. We're going to want this one to be requester email. And then just left click the shift plus enter right here. Now, if you miss this prompt, let's say you missed that prompt and you're like, how do I get back to it, right? There's no way to get back to it. How you get back to it is you have to delete both these, delete your text box control, and then left click, drag a new one, type in requester name, and then shift plus enter or left click the shift plus enter here to get it. All right, do that much because I know that can be a little tricky for new users. So when you let me know when you guys are ready and you have your form designed like this. We got a question in the chat. Chris asked, what's the difference between shift enter and just enter? If I just click enter, I'm not going to add a label. So this is test, enter. I'm not going to add a label. If I did shift test and shift plus enter, now I have a label created. So that's why in the click through it had you do that, because then you don't have to drag in a label, name the label. It's just a lot faster. So that's why it had us do it that way instead of just saving the control. All right, delete this. All right, looks like we're all ready to go to the next stage. Okay, so let's read the click through. So our form looks like this. Now it says, drag over a drop-down list from the toolbox and place it in the 5th row from the top on the left side of the form. When the set data name appears, type department and press shift plus enter on the keyboard. Okay, boom. That's what it wants us to set it to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the Decision Studio. My drop-down list is a control here in the favorites category. I'm going to place it in the 5th row right here. Or place it in this row right here. Place it here. And then I'm going to type this as department. And I'm going to do shift plus enter. So do that much. And I think I did it right? Yep. So all I did is I just dragged over a drop-down list. I typed in departments or name here, and then shift plus enter. Delete it here. So let me know when you guys have gotten that much configured, because then we'll need to do some further configuration on the drop-down list, which will take some time. Alrighty, so the next stage for the drop-down list is select the drop-down list in the form, similar to selecting a step in the flow. Yep. To get the properties. For this form control on the right, locate the input data section and change the list input source to static. Then list the following departments: IT, sales, human resources, engineering, and professional services. So that's what we're going to do next. How we do that is we're going to go into, we're going to have to go into the type here, and we're going to select string. So that's the first thing you're going to do. So Phil, you want to make sure that you hold the shift key as well as you press enter. Or let's say if that's not working, then all you need to do is when you hover over the text box or any form control, I can type in the text here, and then you click on Shift Enter. It only works when this dialog appears. If I forget to do this and I'm click on this right here and I'm pressing Shift Enter, it's not going to work. You have to make sure that it's when you transfer the, I just deleted everything. There we go. Undo saved my life. That's how you use undo. Okay, so you want to make sure it will only work when you have this dialog open. That's the thing that it's hard to get used to. So if you have this dialog open, then Shift plus Enter will work. If you're pressing Shift plus Enter on the control itself, like right here, it's not going to do it. Alrighty. All right, everyone on the drop-down list, select the type as string. That is also sometimes a difficult thing to find. Let me know when you guys have set that up. Okay, we got one ready. So I know that's good. I'm wondering if I confused everyone else. Okay, no, now my thing just loaded. Wait, I think someone might have been correct. I might have made a mistake. Shahrazad said string or static. Let me read. I don't think I read correctly. List input source static. Thank you for the correction. He is correct. It is static. Where's the list source? Oh, okay. That's strange. Wait a minute. No. So it is string. I got you. So it is string, but on the list input source. So we're at that part right now where we have to do static. So it's string and then static. So now on the list input source, we're going to do what Shahrazad said right here. Static is what you want to click on. Oh, actually, wait a minute. You could have done that way too. Okay. I added an extra step. You were right. So let me know when you guys have your list input source set to static and you have this red box of list items. I see some done, some readies. That's good. Okay. Now it is in this text box, or yeah, this kind of list items box. What we're going to do is we're going to business analyst. We need to type in IT support, sales, human resources, engineering, and all these terms right here. How the drop-down list works is it's one list item per line. So for example, if I'm putting IT, I need to do IT and then press enter. And then I need to do human resources, press enter. And then what's the other one? Professional services, press enter. Make sure you don't have a space after it. The reason why is because if you ever need to determine which selection was chosen on the drop-down list, having that space can mess with that. So make sure that you don't have spaces after the text. And then, yeah, go ahead and continue typing. Where is it? Support, sales, human resources. So support, sales, and then engineering, I think are the three. I can't spell engineering. There we go. Boom, there you go. So make sure you type these values in here and let me know when you have all 6 values typed. Did I miss professional services? No, I got it right there. Right here. All right, so we got a couple people done. I'm gonna wait till we get a couple more people just to make sure that I haven't lost anyone. Yeah, you probably did them in order. You probably actually did it according to what it was laid out. I just did it from what I remembered. Phil's done, Gina's done. Okay, good. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to employ the same method that we did with the previous controls to the next controls, which the controls are going to be a needed by date. So I'll highlight this on the screen right here. I'm using the method of adding a form control practice on the previous pages. Create a form that is similar to the screenshot below. Use the following data names and form controls in bold lettering to complete the form. So needed by date will be the date picker, item name, which will be a text box, quantity, which will be a number spinner, price per item, number box, and total, which will be a number box. And this use the form control search bar to find controls if needed. Once completed, preview the form using the button on the top of the action bar. Cool. All right, so all it's saying is, now I do have to remember the layout of this. Okay, so to the right, I need a date picker. Needed by date, need by date. Okay. So I'm gonna type in the search box date picker right here. And then I'm gonna drag this one over here. I'm going to name this need by date. And I'm going to just left click shift plus enter. I think, and then after that one, it's going to be a text box called item name. So I'm going to remove this text box here called item name. And I'm just going to left click the shift enter here. I'm going to go back quantity. This one's a number spinner. So you're going to want to type number spinner here. And this one's going to be quantity. And let's say quantity, and then price per item in total. So we're gonna have two number boxes, which will be here with the 3 9s. So this one's going to be price per item. And then I'll do another number box total. Price, no, this is total. My goodness, I'm getting confused. Total, shift enter. There we go. All right. So at the end, this is what your form should look like. So go ahead and do that. If you want me to show which control again, I can. But all the stuff that I completed was on this bullet point. It's just creating your form to look like that. So let me know when you guys have created your form to look like this, and then you can preview it, mess around with it. Awesome. Okay, we only have one more section, but let's do this. I think we're gonna have some fun. So we're gonna end a little early. So what I'm gonna do, because we only have one more thing to do, which is adding this to a flow and running it. But what I'm gonna do is let's have some fun styling your form. So like if you wanna let your if you want to get your form to be designed a certain way, you can move it around and you can add some color to it. So I'm going to answer the first question we have in the chat. How can I resize the form and get rid of empty space? You can resize the form by clicking on the checkered box and adjusting the height here, or you can click on this corner, this orange corner right here, and you can move it up a little bit to eliminate some of the extra white space on the form. So now I'm going to show you guys is how you can design your form. So if I left click on any part of this extra white space that's not a form control to get access to the grid, I can color my form by clicking on that and then going to the properties panel and scrolling all the way down. I have the background type is transparent. And then you're going to want to go to the color right here. And then in the color, you can left click the background color and select whatever you want. I'm going to do green because I like green. Actually, I'm probably not going to do green because now it's hard to read the text. So I'll do a lighter green, an olive green, just so we can read the text, but I have to do green. And then what I'm going to do is change the bottom part too. I'm going to make this color, and let's make it, what goes well with green? I'll just do gray for right now. There we go. I want to make this a darker green. Let's do this one. Oh my goodness, that's too bright. I'll do a light. Let's do a light. There we go. So, and that's how you can change the design of your form to add some color to it. It's just left clicking on the white space, or now for me, it's the olive green space, scrolling all the way down, expanding the view category and doing the background type. I see in the chat. So if you do find your fellow classmates designer element in your folder, go ahead and you can move that back into their folder, or instruct or request them to move theirs into their own folder. All you have to do in that situation is you just right click the designer element, you click manage, and then move to. And then you select the appropriate folder to move that designer element out of your folder into your classmates folder, or vice versa. So if you want to make the line smaller, you can use the same fly, it's flying around. So if you want to make it smaller, what you can do is you can, again, with the corner right here, just drag it to the left to make it kind of more of a smaller layout. And you can just adjust your form size that way. Then I'm going to save this. There we go. How do we adjust the colors of the labels? How you adjust the colors of the labels is you left click the label, you scroll down to the view, and then there will be a label attributes. You click on the pencil, and then you can change the label color. So if you have a darker color and you want to have white text, that's how you do it that way. But another question, but all the lines are the same size, right? Correct. All the lines are still the same size. So if you want to adjust that, so what you would have to do is you would have to change the column length. So let's say if I wanted this size to be smaller, then I would hit the three dots here, edit it. And then I would do, since it's a resize, I'm going to say this is 0.50. And then you'll see that this column is now smaller than the right column because it's a 0.5. So if you want to manipulate those columns and rows, you would have to manipulate those numbers here to get the size that you're looking for. And actually, I think I'm going to do what Chris did, because I don't like this green. I want it to be dark green because I like dark green. Dark green. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change my text to white. Okay, so yeah, so what Brian just reminded me of is if you guys are lazy like me and want to do everything at once, you can hold control, left click multiple labels. And then what you can do is scroll all the way down. Now you can say use form font and uncheck that, or never mind, uncheck that. And you can assign the properties that you want for it. Now, unfortunately, you can't change it for the color, but let's say if I want to have a group of controls to be visible or non-visible, that helps in that regard. But unfortunately, for changing the color of the text, you still have to manually do it individually. But it's still good to know. Alrighty, now that we've had enough fun designing our forms and getting it to the way we want, we're going to do the last thing in our click through before we go to our 15-minute break. Let's see, almost done. I just got to get this to white text. Okay. White text. White. Okay. I'm halfway there. 2 more. Let's go down, label color, white. All right, perfect. So now I got the design that I'm looking for. So this is what I want it to look like. I'm going to save and close this. And then the last thing that we're going to do in this click-through section is we're going to go close out of the form designer. So you should be out here in the portal area for the designer studio. I'm going to go back to my flows folder, and I'm going to, let's see, what does it say? It says hover over the, nope, that's the wrong section. Save and close, form designer, then open the purchase request flow, select the start step and remove the flow input data from the previous section, which I think we already did. And then hover over the start step and click on the plus icon and show form step. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we actually have to create this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a new flow, and we're gonna call this purchase request. All right, so we're just gonna create a new flow and call it purchase request flow, create it. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna hover over our show form step right here, left click, drag it over onto the canvas, connect the start step to it, pick or create form, pick the existing form that we just created, which should be your form, and then connect it to the end step. And then now you can debug it and play around with it and see what it looks like. And mess around, put some data in it, some numbers, and then you can submit it. So go ahead and create this purchase request flow right here in your flows folder. Drag over your show form step. Pick your form that you just created. Connect the steps up and then debug your flow. Let me know when you guys have gotten all that done. And I know that was a little fast, so I can show some parts of it if you guys missed a section or step. Kristen asked, do we need to define the inputs on the right-hand side? Nope, you don't need to define the inputs on the right-hand side of the form. The reason why is because this is a form that we're going to send to a user to fill out. So we don't know what the user is going to fill out. So that's why we can leave them blank. Let's say though, you may not like having the warning sign. What you can do is you can set all the inputs, make sure you're on the input side of your form where it's hovered, where it's kind of highlighted in red, and you can select the unknown and set it to ignore. Once you set all the inputs to ignore, then you'll see that warning go away. And remember, you only want to ignore the red text boxes with the red lettering. Only ignore those. And then when you finish that, left click on any part of the flow canvas, and then you see my warning goes away. And then I can debug my flow. All righty. Was everyone able to get their form onto the flow designer and run it and debug it and see it? Okay, good. We got a couple. Awesome, awesome. That is correct. We don't need to define the input because the user is going to enter it. Done, done. Awesome. Awesome. Seeing a lot of done. That's great. All right, guys. Well, that concludes our form designer class for today. Appreciate you guys attending. So what we're going to do right now is I'm actually going to pause the recording. Pause the recording. I'm going to pause the recording. Where's the pause button? There we go. Pause the recording.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Go. So to start us off, or to pick back up where you left off with Jared. So thank you. In the previous section, you were talking about forms. You created a purchase request form for your purchase request project. What we're going to do next is we're going to talk about how to make that form. So right now we have a form, and I'm just going to share my look at what. Previously, you created this purchase request form. It does some cool things for us. So it's collecting information from our users. But as of right now, it does have a internet.
Hey, can anyone hear me? Oh, you guys can hear me? I think we lost Randy. Hold on one second. Rip. He'll be coming back. He'll be coming back shortly. I think there was just some connectivity issues. I'll go check on him. But I hope you guys had a great break. And I didn't get any beverage of choice. I just kind of went to the restroom, just chilled out for a little bit and just relaxed. So I'll see how it's going. No internet. Gotcha. Yeah, they're all getting back up. They're switching to their hotspots right now. So just give them about 2 or 3 minutes. They'll go ahead and Randy will get started on teaching rules and decisions. So, question time. What has been your favorite part of decisions so far? Let me open the chat because I think you guys were chatting to me. Sorry. What if you miss some sessions? Well, if you miss a session, all the sessions will be recorded, which is the great thing. So if you go back to the LMS, learn.decisions.com, then you'll be able to access that recording that will be uploaded. And so you'll be able to get access to that. I thought it was my Wi-Fi. Yeah, I think everyone would grab their phones and thought it was their Wi-Fi. So while people are coming back on, let me see if he's joined back on. Nope. All right. So while we're waiting for Randy to join, I'm going to show you guys some really cool things in decisions. So this is just kind of sit back, relax for a little bit until they get logged in. And I'm going to show you some really cool things that you can do in decisions. I had for my YouTube channel, which is actually coming, I have a new video coming called the generic document creation. And with that, what I'm going to try to do is show how in decisions you can create kind of generic documents and refresh stuff. So this one's still under construction. So by no means is it a completed thing. I think it's got like one more thing that I need to configure. But here's what it does in a nutshell. So I can debug this, right? And I get this cool document that says, hey, I got a date of a grant, a plan, year activity, and all this fun stuff. And then I can use this really cool feature in decisions where I can perform and I can specify the date of a grant, the plan. Let's say this is a new activity, whatever it is, options for the grant, or 500 outstanding. You can tell I'm not a finance person because I'm just putting in random number values. I don't know what any of these number values mean. And then what I could do is I can refresh this. And then you can notice that these activities will then update on the document. I can add a new piece of data, and this could be this activity, maybe test 56. We'll do like 4, there you go. We'll do this and a couple of stuff here. And then I could refresh again, and now I have those values now added to it. So I'm kind of just creating this document that I can then download if I want to. So I can say this is test file PDF1, and then I can open it, and then it's going to have all those numbers that I've configured for it. So that's kind of an example that I'm building for my YouTube channel to show how you can just do generic document creations in it. So that's kind of what we can do there. Yeah, it's really cool. So that video should be coming, I think, this weekend. I'm going to try to work on it and knock it out. So see it coming from, yeah, no, definitely. It'll be on my YouTube channel. So and all the new videos that I post will be in that LMS kind of link that Brian showed you guys earlier. So once this video gets posted, you'll immediately get to see how I set this up and how I built it out. So it's been a fun endeavor on trying to figure this one out. But yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'm trying to think of what other fun stuff. So that's one. I've really enjoyed learning this one because it taught me a lot about some different steps and decisions. Also works if I remove data. If I refresh this, then it removes the data as well. So it's a very flexible tool to use. So yeah, and all I did is I used a lot of the same things that I teach you guys now, subflows, data, and all that stuff. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. Is there an undo feature for my process or for like in the decisions form designer? On that form, so I have not configured. Oops, ooh, gross. I don't want this. No, I have not configured an undo feature. That's something I could configure if I wanted to. So if I debug this, so if I did have so I don't really have an undo feature developed. I'd have to add that, but I could remove data and just remove it that way, or select. So if I had several pieces of information, and I just want to remove this one, I can set this form control to allow me just to remove one of the selections instead of instead of just the one at the bottom. So, yep. So yeah, it's really cool. Let's see what else. Another cool thing, I think I talked to you guys a little bit about this, but I didn't go into detail. So there's also a folder scaffolding that you can set up too. But we got another question. Can the data in the document creation also be in paragraphs? So you like want to write like a Word document or something? Yeah, I can definitely do that in the document portion of it. All right, guys, so here is some information. So we have an option to, there's some Wi-Fi issues at the office that we're having here. So we have two options. One, we can continue on the class and I can teach it, or the second thing is you guys can go to lunch early, and by the time we come back to lunch, the Wi-Fi issue should be fixed, and then Randy will teach the rules class. So wanted to leave it up to you guys. I'm gonna create a poll. This is gonna be cool, so. Let's see. So question, do you want lunch early? That's the question. Choice 1 is going to be yes. And choice 2 will be no. Save. All right. Now I think I created that poll. Wait, let's see. Create poll. Let's see. Lunch early. How do I assign this poll? This is going to be me trying to figure out how to use this. Lunch is about an hour. All right, did the poll come up? Are you guys able to see it? If we go to lunch, no, oh, you gotta be kidding me. If we go to lunch early, we'd come back at around 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Create poll. How to send poll to users. Click add to begin creating poll. I don't even see the ad. Yes, that's fine. Link to panelists. I am struggling. I don't know how to push this poll. Polls. Hold on, I will get this. We'll figure this out. It says it's activated. I don't want to duplicate the poll. Status. Still trying to figure out this poll. Great. I already did that. I already created a poll. Delete this one. Cancel. Single choice, multiple choice, no. I just don't see a launch configuration for it. Manage J2 webinars. Join now, what's that? I am the host, yeah. Oh, hey, there you go. Yeah, launch. Haha, there you go. I launched the poll. So now I should be accepting polls. So lunch early. We'll see that populate. It was on a different screen, so that's why I couldn't find it. Very narrow. I'll let it go for about a minute. Or wait, let's see. We got like how much? 36 people. So I'll wait till 36 people. We got 28 people. 29. All right, 30 over 36. 6 people left. If not, looks like we do not want to go to lunch early. We just want to continue on and proceed. Oh, there we go. Permit panelists.
Hey, sorry about the chaos, everybody.
No worries. Looks like we voted that we want to continue on. So, and I guess you got back on just in time. So,
Excellent. All right. So we are all connected by hotspots. We're going to do our best to get through the next hour while our internet is repaired here in our office. But we're going to press on as best we can. If we need to, we may still go ahead and take an early lunch just, to let that resolve itself. But now we're going to pick back up where we left off, talking about dynamic forms. So as I mentioned before, we took our unscheduled break. We have our form. Everything on it is manually controlled by our user. So we want to add some dynamic components that automatically take effect whenever certain conditions are met in the form. So the way we do this, the way we create these dynamic forms and decisions is with what we call active form flows. So these are flows that are created in the form rules section of the form properties that allow us to manipulate what's shown on the form. We divide these into 4 categories. If you've used decisions before in previous versions, these will be familiar categories to you. We used to separate these out into these 4 distinct sections, and they were each done differently. Now we accomplish all of these tasks within active form flows. So we go one place to do all of these things, and we create flows with steps like we're accustomed to seeing from the workflow section that we did yesterday to create those effects. But we divide them into these 4 categories. So data flows, this is when we need to change the information that's being displayed in the form. So kind of like our total box, there's data there that we want to change from being 0 to a calculated number based on the other information that we have on the form. Recording, good call.
I think it is recording, right?
Oh, it says you have to do it, Jared.
All right, I think we're
Thank
good.
you.
All right, yeah.
Cool, cool. All right, so data flows, change the data that appears on the form based on other triggers or other data that has already been given in the form. Visibility rules. There may be some times where we want to hide or show different elements of our form based on other conditions. So we may have buttons or form controls that we don't want to appear unless other conditions have been met. Validation rules validate the data that our user is inputting. So think about, we're going to show you some more tips and tricks about this as we continue on through training. But there is a built-in steps to do things like validating email addresses and phone numbers or built-in form components. But it's a good example to think about the format of an email address. It's a string with an @ symbol, another string, dot, and then a top-level domain at the end. And so we can create a validation rule to say, okay, if it doesn't meet this format, then the user can't proceed. And we can do that for just about anything. We can say, okay, you have to fill in this particular box in order to be able to use the submit button at all. And if the user doesn't fill out that information correctly in the way that we want, it will either display a warning message saying, hey, you need to fill this out in a different way, or prevent the user from continuing, or both. And then outcome rules. So typically, like with the form that you designed previously with Jared, when you hit submit, a single path can be taken in the flow outside of that form from when the user hits that submit button, it does another thing. We can create rules in active form flows that do something completely different. If a user makes a particular selection or particular conditions are met, perhaps we take an entirely different path than the one that's been predefined by the buttons that we've put on our form. So we can exit the form, do something completely different based on conditions that our user selects. So our active form flows are typically triggered by form components. We'll talk about some other ways that we can trigger these flows to run and how we can make those actions happen, but usually it's whenever a user makes a selection. We're presenting inputs for our user to fill out and to make inputs and changes to. And when they do those things, depending on the answers that they give us, the selections that they make, the data that they input, other things will happen. So we can, based on that, make a change to the data, like we're going to do with our total box, just not to bury the lead. We can have buttons that when a user clicks on a particular button, it does other things. And we can also have it whenever a user enters or exits a particular control. So maybe when you click into a particular text box, it shows you a validation to tell you what kind of input you need to give there. Or when you leave the text box, it'll run another active form flow to determine if the data is correct, or to check other things that the user has input, and then provide additional context based on that, or make changes to the form based on that. So we use active form flows to manipulate existing data, to do validations and calculations, to move data between components. So we can take data from one place in the form and put it somewhere else. We can make dependent or dynamic drop-down lists, so that if a particular selection is made, maybe different controls appear on the screen, maybe some controls disappear, or to load additional data into the form. So if I make a particular selection, maybe an active form flow runs that goes out to a database and pulls in things based on the dynamic selection or the input that I've made. So we do all of these things, like I mentioned, in a flow. And so because it's a flow, we get steps to make these things happen. So we have steps like hide and show controls or hide and show multiple controls. So these steps can be used to make different parts of the form appear or disappear based on other selections that have been made. So we can dynamically hide and show a single component with the hide and show controls steps, or hide and show multiple controls to do that with multiple form controls or form components that we and take a look in the click-through guide. We might do this just a little bit out of order. I tell you what, let me get through the slides first. Normally, I would bounce back and forth a bit, but let's get through the slides. Let's talk about the overall of what we're going to get through, and then we'll take a look in decisions and so on. We can do the same thing with validations. So we're going to have steps in our flow that can say set a validation. So we pick the control that we want to apply that to. We define what the validation issue should be. So we can say, okay, this should not allow my user to proceed from the flow, and I want it to show this particular error message to them. And then once the conditions are met, we can use these clear validations or clear of all validation steps to remove that warning message that we had previously shown. And then an outcome rule. So this is one that we're not going to get into too deep today, but you can see how we have this exit form step. And so we can tell our active form flow, okay, well, if the user selects professional services from the drop-down menu, I want it to exit the form altogether and take them someplace else, show them something completely different by defining what the outcome path should be when that form component is interacted with. Here we go. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and jump into decisions. I'm going to find my way into our purchase request form, and let me just back out from where I am. So we should have our purchase request flow that we created with Jared that just has our single purchase request form in it. And we're going to be picking up on page 32 of the click-through guide if you want to follow along in the text. But on my form, you may or may not have set ignore inputs on your form. I like to do that just because my brain cannot handle seeing those red validation errors. It's not strictly necessary, like Jared was saying. The form will continue to run, but I can't stand to see the red there, and I don't want to see the little soft validation exclamation point. So I always set my form inputs to ignore. And just like Jared said, that's because this is a user input form. I'm not trying to show any information to my user. I'm trying to collect information from my user. So I don't need to predefine any inputs here. They're going to put in the answers that they give, and then those outputs are what are going to be passed out as these variables that I have in the output section of my properties menu. So I want everybody to go ahead and get in the habit of when you have a flow that contains the elements that you're building, like we have here with our purchase request flow. This flow contains our form. So I could exit the flow, go out into my flows designer folder, and then edit the form from there. However, it's a little bit easier, a little bit faster, and it's going to be better for you as you grow as in your decisions development journey to go into the flow and then edit the form from inside there. So you don't have to leave and then come back. I can just right here in the flow, select my show form step that is linked to my purchase request form and say edit purchase request form. And it's going to drop me straight into the forms designer. I can make the edits that I need to here. And then when I'm done, I'll just save and I'll be dropped right back into my flow where I can then debug that or continue my development, whatever is going to come after this form in my flow. So I'm going to do just that. I'm going to edit my form. go. Sorry, let me just get all my things up. Here we go. So here in my form, there's a few things that I want to do with this. I want to automatically calculate my total. I don't want my user to have to input that information. I also think I don't even want the total box to show at all until a value is there. So I don't want my user to ever look at a total box that says 0. So we're going to do that. And then I'm going to show you a couple of other things that aren't in the guide, but other active form flow rules that we can add to this form to add a little bit more functionality, make it a little bit more robust so that I can make sure that the information I get from my user is valid and it's what I'm expecting to see. So we're going to start on page 32 with our data rule example. So we're going to make a rule to automatically calculate our total. So what we're going to do is right now I have my total box selected. I need to leave that. I need to get out to the properties for my form itself. So I'm just going to click into the gray space outside of my form canvas so that I can see the properties for my form overall. So once I'm looking at the properties for the form itself, I can scroll down and find the form rules section. So here you can see it says active form flows. I don't have any in here just yet, so I have the ability to add one. I do want to point out just down below the legacy. We're not going to talk about this in class, but if you've used decisions before version 7 and active form flows, and you're used to those 4 separate types of dynamic form components that you could add, those are still available here and they are backwards compatible. So if you have older flows or older forms that are still using those components, you can import them and they'll still work just fine. However, there's no need to use those anymore because now we have the active form flows where I can create everything in one place. So like previously, just as an example, if I wanted to have a visibility rule and a validation rule on one single component, I would have had to create those separately. Whereas with an active form flow, I can do that once with just different steps in the flow and get all of that done at one time. So I'm going to go ahead and add an active form flow. I'm going to call this my calculate total flow. And for right now, we're going to ignore everything that's down in advanced. I'm just going to give it a name. And then I'm going to say edit rule flow 2. Now, yours probably says edit rule flow or maybe even edit rule flow 1. This is a form that I've used before. So it knows that I used to have active form flows in here that I deleted right before we started so that I could make them again. And what it's going to do is it's not ever actually going to save this as calculate total. It's not going to update that here where it says edit rule flow 2. This is going to be rule flow 2 forever. The next one I add is going to be rule flow 3. And it's going to continue to increment that up as more active form flows are created. Here we go. So I'm going to hit that edit button and it takes me into a flow designer. So it looks basically exactly like the flow designer that we're used to seeing, except that I have this little this information line up here at the top, and it says change flow data or use steps in the form rules category to change form data, visibility, or validation. So the active form flow designer is giving me a hint as to where I need to go to look to find the components that I'm going to use, the steps that I'm going to use to modify my form and make it dynamic. So missed the last step. How do we reach the configure in now? So I'm just going to back right out here. Let me just save this. Close. So to get to active form flows, we need to be in the properties for our form itself. So we can't have any components selected. We just need to click into the gray space outside of our form and find our way down to the form rules section. And in there, we're going to add an active form flow. And we're on page 33 in the click-through guide. So you see now I've incremented up to rule flow 3. Even though I never actually saved rule flow 2, it knows that it existed and it's just incremented that up again. I'm going to name this calculate total one more time. And then I'm going to click edit rule flow 3 so that it drops me into the active form flow designer. So what we're going to do is we want a flow that's going to take the quantity of our quantity box and multiply that by our price per item input that our user is going to fill out. And I also want to add some tax to that. Now you might imagine that we've already done that. That's the flow. That's the first flow that you created yesterday. That's our calculation flow that you created with Jared. So we're just going to add that into our flow, and we're going to do it by using a subflow, just like Jared showed you yesterday. So over here in the favorite steps, I'm going to find the run subflow step right here in my favorites in the toolbox, drag it out onto my canvas and connect my start step to it. So once you've got that, once you have your run subflow step, oh, good. Brian says the internet is back. Excellent. Here we go. So once we have our run subflow step, I'm going to pick the flow that I want it to run. So I'm going to come up here in the properties bar with my step selected. You see if I unselect it, that goes away. I have to be the step that I'm trying to interact with has to be highlighted with the red dotted line. I'm going to create pick or create flow. It brings up this picker window here. I have the option to create a new flow if I wanted to, but the one that I want already exists. So I'm going to say pick existing. You may find this under your recents. It's been a while since I've actually interacted with that flow, so I'm going to have to go back out into my folder. Now, it is showing it to me here in my current folder because I'm doing this inside my flows folder. It shows me my calculation flow here, but if ever you're not finding it either in the recent or the current folder, if you click all, you're going to get your full folder tree. So I'm going to go into my click-through project, which is where I'm working currently, find my flows, and grab my calculation flow. Go. And we can see that my inputs have updated. It now knows which flow it's working on. So I have my first number and second number inputs that we created previously. If I edit calculation flow, I can inception my way down one more level into that calculation flow and see the work that we did previously. So just a reminder for everybody, we have two multiply steps in here. It takes first number and second number and multiplies them together to come up with what I'm calling subtotal. And then it takes that number and multiplies it by 1.04 to simulate tax. Once this flow runs, it spits out both of those numbers for me. So subtotal and total. And just as a reminder, subtotal is the output of my subtotal, and total output is the output of my total step. If you don't have a subtotal on yours, no big deal. That's not actually something that we use anymore. Here we go. So back out here in my active form flow, I have my calculation flow added here. I just have to clean this up or it's going to drive me crazy. I've added my calculation flow so that now it's looking for first number and second number. It's going to multiply those things together, add the tax, and then it's going to spit out that value for me here as total and subtotal. Now I need to tell it where to find first number and second number. So here I have these two inputs. They're lit up red. I have a validation error. It wants to know which two numbers it should be multiplying. So I'm going to pick from available properties the data that I want to use. Now, you may notice that there's some additional options here compared to when you were mapping inputs or values into your steps previously. We now have form data, trigger component name, trigger component ID, component type, form input data, flow data. Well, flow data and system constants are always there. These are things that are system constants. The only thing that you're going to find in here usually are database connection strings. And then flow data is just whatever decisions knows at that particular moment. We'll talk more about that later. But things like current date, current time, who's logged in, who's running the flow, anything that decisions knows about what's happening in the moment. Similarly to flow data, we have our form data. This is a section of available properties that has to do specifically with our form itself. And this is when it becomes really important to make sure that you're renaming all of your form components as you add them. Because in here, what I'm going to see is the list of things that I've added to my form. And so you can see that I've given all of mine nice friendly names that allow me to easily select which ones I want to interact with. So for first number, I'm going to say that I want that to be my quantity. I want the value that's coming from my quantity number spinner that we added to the form. So I can find that in this list of available properties because I labeled it and it tells me what type of component this is. And you'll notice that I have two. I have the quantity label here. I could select that as a component. And I also have the quantity number spinner. So we can interact with both of those form components individually in the list. And so it's important to make sure that when you're naming, that you not only give like what this is actually for, what value you're trying to assign to that form component, like I have with quality, but also to keep the type of component. It's going to add this for you automatically most of the time in the square brackets, let you know this is a number spinner. This is a label. This is a number box. So for my first number, I'm selecting my quantity number spinner. And as sub properties of that, you can see that it's this is the type form control data, but the type that I'm looking for, the value that I need to pass into this first number input is an int 32. It needs to be a number. So of the quantity number spinner, right now, I just have the control itself selected. This is the actual box on the form. And I need to select the value that's been input into that. So whatever the user selects as the value for it is what I actually want to pass into first number. So of the available properties that I have here, I'm just going to go through these very briefly. We have enabled. So this would determine if the control that we're looking at is actually shown and the user has the ability to interact with it. We have initial value. So if we had put in a value for the input, so it automatically populates with the number 7, it would grab that number 7 instead of whatever my user has input. Validation issues, if there are any validation issues, that'll make more sense later. Visible, whether or not the user can see that component at a particular time. And what we actually want, what's important to us here is the value. So I want the value of first number, my first number variable, to find whatever the user has input into the quantity number spinner. So I want it to use the quantity number spinner form control and then select for the value of first number, whatever the user has input into that box. We're on page 34 in the click-through guide, if anybody is following along. Here we go. So once you've selected the value of your quantity number spinner, I'm going to click done. And now my first number no longer has any validations, and I can see the path for the variable that I've selected, for the form control that I've selected. Here we go. And Ku, if your first number is expecting a decimal, that should be fine. So I don't think that will actually cause a problem. However, I will tell you how to fix it if you wanted to. So what we would do is I'm just going to save real quick before I go any further. Just go into my calculation flow. And we would just change the input type of first number and second number. Like I have mine set to int 32 in decimal. So you could change that input type here. But I don't think, if I'm remembering correctly, I don't think that'll cause a problem for you. I'm pretty sure it'll take it just the same. Here we go. So once we've selected the value for first number, we're going to repeat that same process for second number. So I'm going to pick to show my available properties that I can map into this second number variable. I'm going to go back into form data because I want it to collect the value of the price per item box that my user has entered. So I'm going to go into form data, scroll through the list of available properties until I find my price per item. Just like before, I have both the label and the number box available to choose from. So I don't want to choose the label. I want to grab the number box, the actual component where my user enters a value. Of that, I have those same options available within the available properties, and I'm going to choose the value because I want to select the number that my user has entered into the box to say the item that I'm requesting costs $10 or whatever that number is. And I want it to grab that value of the number box that my user has entered. So how's everybody doing? Does anybody need a moment to catch up? Any questions? Cool. So once we've selected both of those, the validation issues on my calculation flow are gone. It's now happy with me because I've told it what these two numbers should be. So it's not going to panic when I try to run this flow. It's going to know where it should be going to find those values and to gather the information that it needs in order to run. So now, when my flow is run, whenever it gets triggered by something happening in my flow, it's going to run that calculation flow. It's going to grab those two numbers, spit out its answer with the text included as our total value. And now I need to tell my active form flow what it should do with that information. So I want it to then take that value, that total value, and place it into my form as the total that my user sees. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to scroll down in the steps toolbox, just like it says up here at the top, this little hint that it's giving me. The steps that I need to do this are in the form rules section of the steps toolbox. Let me make my screen bigger. Sorry, hang on a second. Yeah, okay, go away. Cool. Let me just save this before something weird happens. Cool. So in the form rules section, we have all of the steps that we need to interact with our form. So all the steps that we were just talking about in the slides, things like clear and set validations, disable control, enable control, exit form for that outcome path that we were talking about. And what I actually want it to do here is I want to set the value into my total box. I want to say that it should be the total that comes from our calculation flow gets placed in there. So what we're going to do is I'm going to use the set control value step, drag it into my flow right after the calculation flow.
I'll be there. And you got the line?
I haven't tried yet. I'm using a hotspot.
Okay, sorry, yeah, the clock's just totally dropped, so
Gotcha.
it's not us, it's,
No, it's up and down.
yeah, okay, we've been seeing it like, so we had a 90% packet loss, so even after it got connected back, it was not reliable. Now it's at like 17, but something's weird.
Gotcha.
All right, just let me know.
And tell Elliot, sorry for slacking him. I thought it was just us.
No, please, sorry, that's what we do.
All right. So once you have your set control value step added to your flow, I can see that it wants a single input from me for right now. It wants to know form control. So what it's asking for is what element should I be setting? The name of the step is set control value. So it's going to take a value and place it into one of our form controls, one of our form components. So the first thing it wants to know is which form component should I be updating? So here, I'm going to say edit. It's already got select from flow picked for me. So I'm going to say edit to bring up my available properties. And just like we did before, I'm going to go into form data and I'm going to find my total number box so that that's the control that it's placing that value into. So once I have that selected, and you can see I don't need to select any available properties here. What it's looking for is form control data. It just wants to know, hey, what's the form component you want me to interact with? And I can see that the type in the light gray and square brackets down below matches the input type that my step is looking for. So I don't need to make any sub property selections here because this matches and it's going to do what I need it to do. Once I do that, I've set my form control to be my total number box. It then gives me an additional input. So now that it knows which form component it should be interacting with, it's going to give me the ability to say, okay, so now I know I'm supposed to be putting this into the total box, but what am I supposed to put there? So now we're going to choose the value that we want to input. And what we want that to be is the total output from our calculation flow. So I'm going to edit to see my available properties. And of the available properties that we have, I'm going to choose my total that gets spit out from my calculation flow. So now I have a happy little flow with no validation errors. My calculation flow is going to take in those two components, the value that my user selects in the quantity number splitter and what they enter into the price per item number box. It's going to multiply those, add some tax, and then my set control value step is going to place that value into the total box. So with all of that done, I can now save my active form flow and close. Hang on. I had that little glitch in the middle of doing this. So I'm just going to back all the way out and come back in. We may end up, you may end up seeing me do that twice. Cool. Good deal. So if you missed it the first time, so I do know better than that, everybody. So Decisions is a browser-based tool. And sometimes your browser is going to do funny things. When that happens, it's a good idea to just go ahead and refresh, exit whatever you're doing, save, and then come back in so you don't end up doing what I just did and losing any work. So if you missed it the first time, we're going to see this all happen again. Calculation flow. Item. Cool. All right, back to where we were. I'm going to save my active form flow. And when I close it, now I still have my active form flows dialog box here where I can continue to make changes. So this is no longer red. My active form flow is valid. And now we're going to go down to the advanced box. So like we said, when we were looking at the slides, this flow can run at different intervals whenever different selections are made based on conditions that I define. So I need to tell my active form flow what should trigger it to run. When should that flow be kicked off so that it then updates the total and places it into that box? And we're now on page 36 of the click-through guide. So what we're going to do is we're going to set some triggers inside this active form flow so that I want it to try to recalculate that total whenever the quantity is updated or whenever the price per item is updated. So basically, anytime a user puts a new value into either one of those boxes, I want it to update that flow. I want it to run, try to calculate the total again, and then place it into the box if it's able to. So of the triggers that we have, you can see that we have a trigger section for every component that we have on the page. Here we go. And if you lost this dialog box, Colleen, apologies, go ahead and save and close your flow. You may need to recreate some items. I hope that that's not the case. But once you save and close and then come back into active form flows, hopefully that will still be there and you'll be able to recreate that or get back to this section. Oh, and Kristen said, don't know how to get back. Okay, so what we can do, so since I have actually saved this properly, my active form flow does still show in the active form flow in the form rules section. So here, I can see my calculate total appears in the list. And so to get back to that dialog box, I just have to click the pencil. And so Colleen, does your calculate total or your rule doesn't appear here in the active form flows? Gotcha. So in that case, you would just need to get back into your form designer. So if you're working from within the flow, cool. So it looks like Jared is guiding her back. So we're going to continue to make some selections here in the advanced portion. So like I was saying before, I want to tell my flow what should trigger this to happen. And I want it to update anytime my user makes a new selection in either the quantity or the price per item. Anytime they put a new value there, I want it to rerun this flow and then put that new total into the total box. So I want that to trigger whenever the quantity box is updated. So by clicking on quantity in the list of advanced triggers, you can see that I have two options here. So value changed and exit. So like we were saying in the slides, we could set it up so that our flow gets run anytime the user leaves that form control. So if their cursor is inside the box and then they leave that box, the cursor is no longer there, it can trigger the flow if we select exit. However, I just want anytime a new number is put into that quantity number spinner. I want it to show that quantity number, I want it to rerun my active form flow anytime the value is changed. Here we go. And I am going to just show on the screen. So for everybody, to get to active form flows, You have to be in the properties section for the form itself. So you have to be in your form designer on your purchase request form, and you can't have any components selected. If you have anything selected, you're going to be looking at the properties for that individual component. So you have to click outside into the gray canvas space outside of the form itself. And then you'll have the form rules section.
Randy, can you show how you can collapse that form rules?
Yeah, so with any of these sections in the properties, you can hit the little arrow or caret symbol over here to the left and shrink all of these sections.
So yeah, if you're missing a component and saying I can't find that, it could be maybe you've clicked on that caret and that has collapsed that. So you won't be seeing all the properties. You want to make sure that then you expand all the properties available and then you can find it. So
Cool. All right, so I made one selection for my triggers. I want this to run the flow every time the value is changed for the quantity number spinner. And I want to do the same thing for price per item. So I'm going to find the price per item number box. And you'll see that I have some additional values that I can select here, some additional triggers that I can select. Because this is one where our user actually does get a cursor, it's not just that they're interacting with that component at a particular time. We could do it like whenever the user stops typing. So you can imagine how that might be useful for like an autofill kind of rule where I want it to go and run a flow to look up certain answers, to do that every time the user stops typing, or whenever they enter or exit. So whenever they place their cursor into the box with enter, or whenever their cursor leaves the box with exit. But we're just going to use the same value change for this one as well. So anytime a user places a new value into that component, into either of these components, I want my rule to run. Here we go. There are some other options down below. We're not going to use any of these for this particular active form flow. I just want my calculate total to run based on these two triggers. We're going to use some of these other ones for additional examples in just a few minutes. Once I've made those two selections, I have my two triggers. I'm going to click OK, and I can save my form. So like Jared was saying with the preview section previously, if I preview my form, I can interact with some components. However, the dynamic components that we've created aren't going to run. Nothing's going to happen if I make some new selections here while I'm just previewing. Preview is just going to show me the layout. It's going to show me what my form looks like whenever it's rendered. So to actually see this work and happen, I'm going to need to use the debugger to see those active form flows run. So I'm going to save my purchase request form and back out into my flow. I'm going to compulsively save because I can't stand not to. And I'm going to debug my flow so that I can see those active form flows take place. So once I debug, it shows me my form exactly as it will appear to my user. Sorry, we're going to give everybody just a moment to catch up before I continue on.
before you test that out, Randy, could you actually show the section that I'm talking about, the red exclamation point on the left of the active form flow designer?
Yeah, so in
Thanks.
here, go. So in our active form flow designer, just like in the flow designer, if I have an invalid entry, if something isn't right, like let's say that I clear that so that I have no value here. So once I stop interacting with that, it shows me my validation issue. I can see the red exclamation point here. It's telling me that something is wrong with this step in particular, but also down at the bottom, we can use our validations in the info bar to tell us exactly what's wrong. So right now it's telling me that my set control value step is the one that has the problem, and it says data not found. And so it's saying, hey, you told me that I should be placing a value into the total number box, but you didn't tell me what value. And so it's alerting me that this flow is not going to work the way I expect it to. Interesting. So it says the triggers are invalid. So hang on, let me just put mine back the way it should be here. Triggers are invalid. So Jared, I'm not sure how that could, I'm not even sure what would make that happen if the triggers are invalid. So you're getting like red validation errors in this area, Colleen?
Hey, Colleen, I'm going to promote you as a panelist, and I'm going to have you share your screen so we can see what you are experiencing, because it could be something, because I think another student was having this error. So you can go ahead and share your screen. You're going to be our wonderful assistant. You can now unmute and you can share your screen now, Colleen. There you go. All right.
You guys see that? So I think it's the edit rule flow.
Yep. So let's go into that. Let's see what's happening.
So
So it looks like it's just
Yeah.
not configured.
I think I have to redo it all.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and redo it. And then the thing I want you to remember is just close this.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Sorry, I got two screens. It's like crazy. So this part's right. It's just I have to redo
yeah. So
right?
one thing I want you to be aware of is in order to save this, you have to click OK. If you click the X button up here, then you don't assign, then it doesn't save your flow.
Yeah, no, I
So-
did this part. I think it was from earlier. So
Okay, cool. No worries. All right, well, you can stop your
Okay.
screen share and we'll give you a couple moments to get that configured and then we'll proceed with the demonstration
Okay.
of the active form flow. Yeah.
thanks.
And everybody, that's pages 32 through 35 in the click-through guide.
Hey, Randy, I'd say go ahead and build that again just so they can see it.
Let's take a look. All right, everybody. So from active form flows, I'm going to go into my calculate total flow. Just going to remove these two things. All right, so I'm going to add a run subflow step first because we have our calculate total flow already created. That was the one that you made yesterday. So once I have the run subflow step added to my flow, I'm going to pick or create flow and pick existing because it already exists. I'm going to find it in my folder tree, my calculation flow. And here it's asking for two inputs. So it wants to know what first number and second number are. So we're going to find in the form data, I want it to use the quantity number spinner value. So whatever value the user inputs into the quantity number spinner for the first number and for the second number, the price per item. So whatever my user enters into that number box for price per item is what it should be using for the number for second value or second number. So once we do that, we're going to add our set control value step. So this is the step on page 35 that's going to tell my active form flow where it should be putting the answer that it gets back from the calculation flow. So we're going to go to the form rules. I'm going to say set control value and add that to our flow after the calculation flow. So here, the first thing it wants to know is this is set control value. It wants to know what control it should be setting a value on. So we're going to edit, and from the form data, we're going to select the total number box. Once we do that, it's now asking for the value. So we've told it which form control it should be updating, and the value, it wants to know what value it should place there. So I'm going to edit. I'm going to select the total that's being output by my calculation flow. So Deepak, if your form is auto-populating a date, check the inputs on the form. You shouldn't have any inputs on your form in the properties as it is on the flow designer. Here we go. So once we have our active form flow, no validation issues, it's going to run our calculation flow and then set control value. We can then close the flow designer. And now we need to set our triggers. This is on page 36 in the click-through guide. So we're going to set our price per item. So I'm going to say whenever the price per item's value is changed, and also for the quantity number spinner, whenever its value is changed, whenever our user inputs a new value into either of those form components, I want it to rerun this flow. And again, very important, if you hit the X, you will lose all of your work. All of this will go away and you'll have to do it over again. So we need to hit OK to make sure that it does actually save our active form flow. Cool, cool. All right, so now with our active form flow, let's debug it so that we can see how this actually works. So from the flow designer, I have my purchase request flow. The only step I've added to it is my purchase request form. So I'm going to debug, and that's what it shows me is the purchase request form that we've already created. So right now, there's no other dynamic components on this except for our total calculate total active form flow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a new quantity here and watch what happens over here in the Explorer when I do that. So when I hit 1, you can see that it already went ahead and ran my active form flow. I can see that rule flow 2 has run. It came up with a value, but nothing changed on the total. Now, of course, there's nothing to multiply against. I'm multiplying 1 times 0, which is still 0. So nothing has changed in the total box, but it has run. I can minimize the form. I can go into the rule flow 2. I can even go another level deeper into the calculation flow and see exactly what happened inside here. When I look at my calculation flow inputs and outputs, it's multiplying 1 times 0, and it's coming up with 0. So you can see that as soon as I made any change to this, I updated quantity, I do it again, it's going to run it again. I make a change inside this box and it runs my active form flow again. So now let me go ahead and put a value into my price per item. So as soon as I do that, it runs my active form flow another time, and then my total appears in the total box. So not only does our active form flow work, but you can see how we can use the debugger to validate that, to see what exactly is going on in our active form flow, to dive as deep down into that backend process as we need to help troubleshoot and debug whatever is happening whenever we make those changes. Now you will notice that it's only showing that the 4 instances, and I'm pretty sure this is not going to be the final one. This is going to be total number box times null. Yep. Oh no, so it is cool. This is the last one that ran. This is limited. I forget the exact number of times this will run, but it does stop showing this in the Explorer after a certain point. If we were to run this, 10 or 20 times, it's only going to show us 5 or 6 instances of that. So just be aware that after it's run through a few iterations of that same active form flow, it's not going to show us every single time it runs after that. It's going to expect that, yeah, we can use the data that's already appearing here to diagnose and troubleshoot what's going on. And it's not going to show us every single instance of that active form flow being run after that. But our active form flow is working. It's working the way I expect it to. I changed that to 2. It doubles that number. So now I have 6240, continue on. And it will continue to update that total box whenever we change either of these 2 components. All right. Is everyone's calculate total active form flow working the way they expect it to? Does anyone need time to catch up? Excellent. All right, so next we're going to add a visibility rule to our form. This picks up on page 37 in the click-through guide. So from my flow where I already am, I'm going to go ahead and just compulsively save because I can't stand not to. And then I'm going to select my purchase request form step. So my show form step. From here in the properties bar, I'm going to edit my purchase request form to take me back into the form designer. And then I'm going to go to the properties for my form itself. And so remember, everybody, you have to be looking at the properties for the form itself. If you select any components, you're going to be looking at the properties bar for that particular component. And to get back to the properties for the form itself, you can just click into the gray space outside of your form canvas. So I'm going to scroll down to the form rules section. So we already have our calculate total rule in here. And I want to add an additional one. So I'm going to add an additional active form flow here. And I'm going to call this hide total. So with my new active form flow named, I'm going to hit edit rule flow 3 for me. So the edit rule flow button up here at the top to drop me into the active form flow designer. So for this rule, what I want it to do is to determine, is the value of the total box currently greater than 0? And if it is, I want it to show the total box. And if it isn't, I want it to hide the total box. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to add a rule to our flow that's going to determine, if the value of total is greater than 0, then this is true. And if not, this is false. So we're going to talk about rules in the next section, how to create custom rules and what that rules designer looks like in decisions. But this is a great opportunity for us to take a look at and keep in mind throughout the rest of your decisions journey that we don't have to create a custom statement rule for everything. There is a multitude of built-in rules for simple calculations like greater than, less than, exists, equals, things like that, that are in the steps toolbox already built for us, that are a little bit more lightweight, and we don't have to actually create a custom statement rule to use. So I'm going to find one of those in the steps toolbox that I can use for this purpose. So what I want is the greater than rule. So where this lives in the steps toolbox is under data, and then numbers. There's a whole bunch of steps in here that I can use to interact with and make changes to numerical values, to do mathematical steps. Now in here, what we're looking for is greater than. So now you notice, we used the multiply step yesterday. This one's a step. It takes in two values and it outputs something else. Some of these are a little bit different, like the greater than step that we're going to be using. This one is a green triangle as opposed to the blue square that you saw yesterday. This green triangle in decisions indicates that this is a rule. This is going to take in two values. It's going to determine if one is greater than the other. And then based on the answer that it gets back, we have two branches that come off of that. There's a true and a false path. So this gives us the ability to make different decisions based on the outcome of this rule, based on the conditions that we provide to it. So if this number is greater than this other number, then the path is true, and I want it to do one set of things. And then if it's not, the path is false, then I want it to do this other set of things. So, yeah. So for our values here, now you can see it wants to know value 1 and value 2. This is going to say, okay, so this is a greater than rule. Is number 1 greater than number 2? So we're going to pick what those two numbers are. Here we go. So for value 1, we're going to pick to select an available property. And I'm going to go into my form data section again. And I'm going to find the value of my total number box. So that's the first number I want to evaluate, is the actual number that appears in the total box at the time this rule runs. And we're still on page 37 in the guide, if anyone is following along in the text. Go. Once we've set that value for value 1, I want it to go to the total number box on my form, look at whatever number is currently in that box, and then evaluate it against something else. So what I'm trying to determine is if this number is greater than 0. So for value 2, what I'm going to do is instead of selecting from flow, I'm going to go to where it says unknown. And of the available options I have to choose from here, I'm going to select constant. So this is going to allow me to set a particular number that it just always evaluates against. And of course, that's going to be 0. So I want this rule to determine whether or not the number that's in our total box is greater than 0. Here we go. So once we've set those inputs on our greater than rule, I now have these two paths, the true and the false path. And I want different things to happen if the rule is true versus if it's false. So we're going to start with the false path on page 38 in the click-through guide. We're going to add some steps to this so that if my rule evaluates false, I want it to hide that total box. So I'm going to select my false path, drag it away from my step and release it to bring up this steps toolbox. And find the form rules section again. And so what I want to happen is I want to hide the total box. Now, as you saw in the slides, there are different steps that I can use for this. So there is hide control, and that'll hide a single element that appears on my form. However, I actually have two. So there's not just the total box itself, the total number box where my user can enter their value, but there's also the total label. So there are actually two controls that I want to hide. So I could add two hide control steps into this flow, so one just after another, so that I do both of those things. However, we also have the hide multiple controls. So form rules, so in the steps toolbox, however you prefer to get to it. So there's multiple ways to get to the steps toolbox, of course. We have it over here on the left. So in our info bar, if we select the toolbox and scroll all the way down, we'll find the form rules section. But also, whenever I'm developing, I find it a little bit faster to just drag my tails and to pull up the steps toolbox this way. Now, in order to, it shows you favorite steps right off the bat, and you get the search bar. But in order to find the form rules section in here, I would have to open up the all steps catalog and then find the form rules section. So we're going to use the hide multiple controls step on our false path. Instead of stacking up hide control steps, I'm just going to use this one in order to select all of the form controls I want to show or hide on this false tail from my greater than rule. So in the inputs for this step, I can see that it's looking for form control and it wants a list of items. I can see here that it says list of. So it's looking for an array. It wants more than one thing to interact with, but I only have one entry box here. If I go in and try to pick, and don't follow along with this, I'm just doing an example. If I go in and pick a single component, it's going to give me a validation error. It doesn't like that. Selected path is not valid. It can't interact with this single item because it's expecting a list of items. It wants more than one. So in order to get that list so that I can have all of those items show here, instead of saying select from flow, I'm going to have to open up this list of options and I'm going to have to choose something else. So I can't just say select from flow and choose multiple. It's not going to let me. I can only choose one that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say build array. So once I select build array, it gives me a single item, item 0 in my list that I can then select. I know that I want 2 though, so I'm going to go ahead and select the add option here under build array so that I get 2 inputs that I can select. So item 0 and item 1. So for those two values, and we're still on page 38, for those two values, we're going to select the two form controls that I want to hide. So that's going to be my total number box and my total label. So I'm going to pick from form data. I'm going to select the total label. It doesn't matter which order you do this in. And you can see that the type it wants for form control is form control data. And that is the type for my total label. So I don't need to make any other selections there. The types match. This is going to be a valid component for me to select. For the next one, same deal. I'm going to go to form data. I'm selecting my total, oops, not that one again, my total number box. Here we go. So once we've got our hide multiple controls set up on our false path off of our greater than rule, we're going to repeat that same action on the true path. So on the true path off of greater than, we're going to go down to the form rules section again. And we're going to find the show multiple controls. So it might seem a little bit redundant. It might seem, cumbersome to add both of these things. When we see this in the debugger, I think it'll make more sense why we need to have both of these. But we're going to set up our show multiple controls in the exact same way that we set up hide multiple controls. So it also expects a list of form controls, but of course I can't pass a list into it as they currently exist. So I'm going to have to select here from unknown and change the input type that it's expecting. So instead of select from flow, I want to build array so that I can get those multiple controls. So once I select that, it gives me item 0, and then I'm going to add to get item 1. And then in both of those boxes, I'm going to select the same two form components. So I'm going to find my total label and my total number box. And with those things done, you can see I just connected my tails to my end step. I'm going to clean up this flow a little bit just because I think it's ugly right now and I want to fix it. Make some minor aesthetic changes to this so that it doesn't, so it looks a little nicer to me. Here we go. So just to run back through this, so we're going to see this actually happen live in the debugger in just a moment. But every time this flow runs, so anytime we set it to be triggered, it's going to run our rule to determine if the number that's in the total number box is greater than 0. If it is, then the total box will be visible. And if it's not, the total box will be invisible. So with our active form flow now set up the way we want it to be, I'm going to save and then close the active form flow designer. So now, just like we did before, oh, it's unhappy with me. Why are you unhappy? Say okay. Total. Cool. Here we go. So for our triggers, I want it to be updated by the exact same things that are updating our total rule. Anytime the quantity number box is updated and whenever the price per item, number box and the quantity number spinner are updated. So we're going to say value changed on both of those things, just like we did before. But just like we saw before when we debugged the first time, our total box was still there, and it only updates whenever we make a change in either of those two fields. Now, don't follow along with this next part just yet. I'm just going to show you this just for the sake of example. So I'm going to say okay on this. So right now I only have these two triggers set. And so right now I'm just going to debug my flow and we're going to see what happens if we leave it that way. So if I debug, I have my total box still showing. However, then when I make a change to quantity, that's when the total box and label disappear. So that gets a little weird, right? It was there, we could see it, and then it disappeared whenever we made a change. And we can see that it's running our rule. It determined that, yep, 1 times 0 is still 0, so the total is not greater than 0. So it's hiding our controls. It's not running that until my user makes a change. That's not great. That's not the way we want to do that. So what we're going to do is in the triggers for our hide total, we're going to scroll down underneath the triggers actually to these other options that we have down below. So we have things like run at startup, show loading indicator, auto run, make data as forms input, and run on all outcomes. So what we want here is to say run at startup. So whenever this form is initially generated, it's going to go ahead and run this rule one time whenever the form is displayed to the user. And then whatever answer it gets is what will be displayed or not displayed. So by default, because we haven't set any inputs in that total field, it's going to be 0 whenever the form is initially shown to the user. So it will be invisible when they first look at it, and it won't show to them until they actually make a change to either of these two fields that will then show a new total. So I'm going to save my form with that net selection now made, and let's debug again, and we can see the total box is not here. When I actually set total fields with the value updated. If I remove those again, the total box goes away. We no longer have a valid total. It's back to 0. So it goes away again. And we can see here in the debugger, each of those times that this is run. So the first time it runs, whenever the flow is first opened, it's false. So it's hiding those controls from us. On the last time, the second time that I ran it, we have our greater than number is evaluating, it's coming out true. So it's then showing the total to us and then continuing. And you can see when I took those values away, so it became 0 again, our rule ran one more time and it took the total components away from us again. So this is why we don't just have a, hey, if greater than 0, show controls here. Because anytime our user makes a change, we want it to run the rule again. It's going to run the rule again based on the triggers that we set. So we need to have options in here for if the rule is true and if the rule is false, and what our active form flow should do with those components based on either of those outcomes. Gotcha. Yeah, Chris. So that you may find that in the older, the kind of the legacy legacy dynamic form controls that we were talking about before, that is more like the way it worked. I know that this seems a little weird. I felt more or less the same way about it when I first learned about it, but now that I've been using it for a few months and been teaching it, I've actually grown to like this more. Yeah, I love the flexibility of this, of the active form flows. And yeah, so this does seem a little counterintuitive when you first start using it, for sure. I agree. But once you've been using it for a while, I think you'll come to like it. I hope you'll come to like it. Yeah, so great suggestion from Steven. You can create a subflow if you do it all the time. Yeah, you can just create a subflow with those that same setup for our active form flow that we just created. Just tell it to take in different inputs and then reuse that over and over again if you wanted to. All right. So everybody, I think we've had you for quite some time since our last break. I think we're a little bit over time. I haven't looked at the schedule. However, when we come back from lunch, we're going to dive into rules. So we just use an out of the box rule. And I want to make clear to everybody that that's what our go-to should be whenever we need a rule and we just need to evaluate one item. I just need to know, is this greater than that? Does this equal that? Does this not equal that? Any simple single calculation. We want to use those out of the box rules, but we do want to talk about what we need to do with more complex statements. So if I have multiple items that need to be evaluated at a single go, that's what we're going to be talking about after lunch. And so let's go ahead and do that, everybody. Let's go ahead and take an hour. Go grab some lunch. I'm going to put a timer up on the screen. It's going to be 1 hour from right now. So bear with me just a moment. Let me get a timer here. And so we will return at 1:40 Eastern US time. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm still in Kristen's hotspot. I'm not going to do that. So 1:40 Eastern US time, everybody. Set your watches 1 hour from right now, and we will pick back up. Have a great lunch, everybody. So we have a question from Trevor. So when I run the form, the total only ever sets my constant from the calculate flow. So we don't want any constants in there. So let me just take a look here. So in your calculation flow, so we shouldn't have any constants. These should all be dynamic numbers that we're using. So here in the calculate total, we have our calculation flow. It takes in first number and second number. We want to make sure that we have both of those inputs. And so we don't want any constant numbers set here. So if you go into the calculation flow, it should be taking in first number and second number. The first multiply step should be first number by second number. And then the total should be, well, this one is a constant. I take that back. This one is a constant 1.04, but it's multiplying that by the subtotal output. Cool, good deal. All right, so we're going to go ahead and continue on from where we've left off. So prior to lunch, we were dealing with forms. That's what we've been doing most of today. We built a form, we added some dynamic components to those forms. And then in the process of doing that, in our active form flows, we used a standard rule step. So this was a greater than rule, determines if one number is greater than another, and that's all it does. And if ever, as I mentioned, we're trying to do a simple calculation like that, where it's just one value versus another. Does this equal that? Is this greater than this other thing? Then we would want to use one of those standard rules to do that. However, one of the most robust features of decisions is the ability to make complex decisions based on business rules. And so to do that, we may oftentimes need to create more complex rules. It's not just one value versus another. It's, is this true and this other thing true? Is this true and this other thing false? Is the current month November? Things of that nature. We need to do more complex statements or other types of rules in order to help us make those, again, say it with me with a capital D, decisions. So that's what we're going to be talking about next, is how to create those more complex rules. Yep. How to create those more complex rules for when a stock standard out of the box step won't do it for us. So let's get started. And I lost my window. Here it is. Cool. So our rules engine, and as we mentioned yesterday when we were talking about the history of decisions, this was kind of the underpinning of decisions. You know, back in the day when Heath and Carl were first coming up with this, before decisions became the product that it is now, there was never going to be a user interface. There wasn't going to be a portal for users to log into. This was intended to be a sort of middleware between other existing systems to enhance the functionality of systems that organizations were already using. So this was one of the earliest pieces of decisions, and you know, like Jared said, that the backbone of decisions is the flows. It is as it is today. That's the where we go whenever we need to make things happen. We need to script together automation, but the rules engine really gives that flow designer its oomph. So if, as we saw when we were doing our active form flow and the flows that you've created previously, so think about your calculation flow. It's linear. It goes from the user inputs to do some things, and then it goes to the very next step and does some other things. That's great for doing things like math, but you know, we're talking about, and we're gearing up to do more complex business processes. And we need to be able to have branching paths. If this condition is true, do this. And if it's false, do this other thing. And the rules engine and the various tools that we have within it give us the power to do that. So our rules evaluate input data to determine whether or not the data matches certain conditions. And if they are, it returns true or false. Or we can set it to do really any number of other things to give any sort of output back that we need from that rule. So rules are used to validate our data, and then return certain results. So take the example of a dentist office. They want to run a check against their list of patients. And if a patient is between the ages of 18, 22, and they still have their wisdom teeth according to the best records that we have, then we want to send them some info about the benefits of getting their wisdom teeth out early. But if our user doesn't meet those conditions, we don't want to send them the email. If they've already got them out, we don't want to, clog up their inbox with additional stuff that they don't need. So we can use a business rule to determine if both of those conditions are true. What is the user's age? And to the best of my knowledge, do they still have their wisdom teeth? So we build the rule, we set what the conditions are, we determine what the conditions for true are, and what false is. So we can either have it just simply return true or false, or do something more complex, as we'll talk about as we continue on. So we have lots of different styles of rules and decisions, lots of different types of rules that we can use for different purposes. The one that's most common and that we're going to spend the most time on are statement rules. So these are pretty straightforward if and or either or and statements to determine, a series of conditions. So like the one that we see here on the screen, this is an either or rule. So it's going to evaluate either one of these conditions. If either one of these things that are inside these curly braces turn out to be true, then the rule will return true. So it's saying either if for each patient, primary diagnosis is 191. If that is true, if the value that we have inside this variable equals 191, then this rule will return true, and it's going to send a notification of some kind. Whatever the user has determined, whatever send notifications is, this is our true path. Or if either or both of these statements rather are true. So then this other statement, whereas here we have just one condition that we're evaluating against, in the or statement we have two. So the for each patient, primary diagnosis name contains cancer, and for each patient, diagnosis name does not contain screening. So both of these things have to be true in order for this condition inside these curly braces to return true. So we read these like a sentence. It's if this is true, do this thing. Statement rules are the most flexible type of rule. So this is why you would see them being used in a lot more cases than some of the other rules that we're going to talk about. Next up, and another one that we're going to be using as part of this project, are truth tables. So truth tables will evaluate multiple conditions, and they also have the ability to return multiple results. So here in this truth table, we're determining if this is a application for insurance on musical instruments is what it seems like. So if the policy application.instrument type is in a list, and the list is in each of these rows in this column. So we can see that the first list is piano and drums or percussion. The second is the same list. The third is guitar and piano. The fourth item is just guitar, and so on. So the lists are these comma-separated items that we see in the column underneath. So if the instrument type that's given in the application here is in the list that we see in this box, then that portion of the rule is going to return true. We have another condition statement in the second blue column, policy application.replacement cost is greater than, and then we have some number of values in here. Now, in some of these, you'll notice that there's just this dotted line. So we're ignoring the input in this second column wherever we see that. So this rule is only going to evaluate the first column in the top line. So if the instrument type in list is either a piano or drums percussion, then this line would evaluate true. But of course, we can see that this has been run through the debugger, and these items that we see in green and red down below are the actual values that have been passed in and how they're evaluating against this rule. So what we see in black are the items that are actually set in the truth table, and everything in green and red are the values that are being passed into the debugger. So we can see here that guitar is the item that was passed in. That's the instrument type that was given as part of this variable. So guitar is not piano or drums percussion. So this line was evaluated false. It doesn't match. We skip down to the third line, and guitar is the value that we have, and it is in this list. Now this line evaluates true because it's also not evaluating the number value. It doesn't care what the number value is on line 3. So it only cares if the instrument being passed in is a guitar or a piano. And if it does, the result that's being given back is an email address or a set of email addresses. And I can see in the debugger output that this line has a check mark next to it. So this line evaluated true. And there are some other lines that evaluated true as well. We actually have 3 answers that were returned by this truth table. So guitar appears in all 3 of these lines, lines 3 through 6. However, only lines 2 and 3 out of those 3 are returning true. This one doesn't care about the number value. This one is 6,000 is greater than 5,000 as per our rule. So it evaluated true and admin at demo.local was returned. The one at the very bottom, both inputs are ignored. So this one is always going to return true. Admin at demo.local will always be an answer given by this truth table. So there may be times where we want to evaluate multiple conditions that we can see in the columns and potentially return multiple results based on if those lines return true or false. So we're going to build a truth table in just a few minutes as part of this project that we're building for our purchase request. And we'll get to see this in action as well. We're going to go through some additional types of rules. We're not going to cover these this week. Some of them, for those of you who are continuing on with us through developer training, you're going to get a little bit more exposure to the rest of these, but we're going to tell you a little bit more about the other types of rules that we have available in decisions. So up next are sequential rules. Now, what you see on the screen looks an awful lot like a flow. And it behaves like a flow too. This is a simplified flow designer that is meant to check a series of rules in sequence. So check age rule. It wants to determine if an age meets certain conditions. If it does, it's going to do some other things. If it doesn't, it's going to take a different path. So if we ever need to do complex evaluation that needs to be done sequentially, but that we still need to either return a true or false or a specified outcome like we would get in a statement rule, then we can use a sequential rule for that. It behaves a lot like a flow. It looks like a flow, but it's going to return a rule-like output. Up next are expression rules. So in cases where we just need to do some math, we just need to do some simple algebra, we can write out that expression into an expression rule and have that carried out by decisions as well. For a matrix rule, it looks a little bit like a truth table, except that instead of returning multiple results, this is going to return a single result based on cross-referencing our rows and columns. So this is, again, an insurance evaluation, but this looks like it's on pets in particular. So we're determining what price for a insurance plan would be applicable for each of these different types of dogs based on their age. So we have dog breed is, let's say it's a golden retriever and their age is 6 years old. So if age is between these two numbers, so we're going to get the column 4 to 7, and then we're going to cross-reference that with the golden retriever row, and we would return that 4250. So it's going to cross-reference those rows and columns to return an answer that's applicable for the values that we're passing in. So rule sets allow us to run a series of rules independently of one another, and then return all of those values in a single instance. So as opposed to a sequential rule, these rules aren't dependent on one another. So family history of Alzheimer's doesn't care what the answer for the age truth table is. It doesn't care what the family history of heart disease is. These things don't have to run in sequence of each other. They aren't dependent on one another. But when we put them all into a rule set, they're going to run simultaneously and return all of those answers to us at once. So this is valuable in a lot of instances where we need to take in a set of data, get a bunch of different pieces of information returned from that based on the business rules that we're defining, and then get all of those answers back at the same time. And then finally, rule chains. So this is similar to a sequential rule, but this is designed to be DMN or BPMN compliant. So if we need our rule set to be in compliance with other business process management systems that are DMN standard, then we can use this rule chain to either import or export those into those other systems. So the ways that we run rules. So most typically, you're going to do this inside of a flow. This is going to be something that you're going to add to a flow to give you different options based on conditions that you're evaluating against. You're going to place this into a flow at a particular point, and then after it runs, you're going to have one or many results or one or many paths that you can select to continue your flow along based on the outcome of that rule. Another way you can do this is as a scheduled job. If you come from a system administrator background, you can think of this like a cron job. This is something that runs at either a particular interval, like let's say every 5 minutes or every hour, or at a scheduled time, like at noon every day, or on Wednesdays at 3 p.m. So you can have that rule run and then return a different result or return results that it has at a particular time. You can also call them via API. Just like all of our other decisions elements, we can make them integratable so that external systems can call into decisions, give a rule a set of inputs, and then return answers back to that external system as needed. So we can get different kinds of results from our rules. So we can just have it return true or false, which is a logical decision to say, yep, the conditions that you've asked me to output are true, or no, the conditions that you've asked me to evaluate are false. But we can also give specified outcomes like a data return. We can say, okay, instead of telling me true, tell me send notifications, like in the statement rule example that we saw previously. So we don't just have to have the true or false. We can tell decisions to provide us a particular statement or even to trigger an action. So if this rule evaluates true, kick off this other flow, make an API call, go out to a database and pull in this particular piece of data or run this query. So it doesn't have to be just true or false. We can give specific data returns that we want or have other actions taken based on the conditions that we've provided. All right. So our rules take 3 pieces in order to set them up. So just like a lot of other steps that we've interacted with, it has to have inputs. We have to tell it what pieces of data it's evaluating against. So like the statement rule that we saw previously, it's taking in variables from an insurance application, and then based on the conditions that we've provided to it, it's evaluating whether or not those are true or false. So we have to provide an input, tell it what pieces of data we're wanting to evaluate, tell it what conditions we want it to evaluate against, and then it will return to us either a true or false or one of those specified actions like we said previously. Here we go. So picking back up where we left off, we're going to go back to the click-through guide. And we're going to pick back up on page 40. So we're going to create a statement rule together to go into our purchase request project. Okay. So I'm going to navigate into my rules folder, and bear with me just a moment. I'm going to remove some stuff. Okay, clean slate. Here we go. All right, so in our rules designer folder for your project, we're going to create a statement rule. So from your designer folder actions up in the top bar, we're going to go over to the create rule option. In here, it's going to give us a picker where we can choose which of those types of rules we just went over that we want to create. So up at the top, it gives us those three most common options. So the statement rule, truth table, and matrix rule. We can also scroll through the list and find those other types of rules that we mentioned, like expressions or sequential rules. But we're just going to choose the statement rule. I'm going to call this my auto approve rule. So what this rule is going to do, and this gets outlined on page 41, I want this rule to determine if the items that my customer or my user is requesting through my purchase request system if the total is less than 500, or I believe it's 4, hang on. Yep, or the quantity of those items that they're requesting are less than or equal to 1, then I want to auto approve that rule. Now, I don't just want to do this for any old items. I want it to be for a specific set of items that I'm going to allow to be auto approved. If someone requests one new Cadillac, they do not get auto approved, right? This has to be something that I have specified that is okay for my users to submit. That's been provided to us by the business to say, hey, these are the items that we want to auto approve as long as they meet these conditions. So we're going to create a nested statement rule to handle that. So first, we're going to add a condition to determine if the item name is in that list of approved items. So we're going to set up some inputs on our statement rule. So here we have our setup input data. I need to tell it which variables it should expect to be passed in that we're going to evaluate against. So I'm going to set up that input data. And here you may have seen this previously. I believe you've seen this previously when you were doing workflows, when you had to set up input data on the flow. It's the same screen. So we're going to use the right-hand side here, define input data, to provide those variables of what the statement rule is going to be evaluating against. It gives us our data definitions screen where I can start filling in what those variables are. So the first is going to be item name, and that's going to be a string. Then quantity, and that's going to be an int. And finally, the total, which is a decimal. Here we go. So once you've got those three variables defined here in your data definition screen, we're going to save and then close the data definitions. And we now see those given inputs up here in the top gray bar. So I have my item name, quantity, and total. So now here in my if statement, I have the ability to select a data element. It wants to know, hey, which of those variables are we going to be evaluating first? And I'm going to tell it the item name. So when I'm creating a statement in here, creating my statement conditions, these move through sequentially. So once I've selected item name, down at the bottom, I have this next button, and it's going to move me forward into the pick verb section of that statement. And in here, I'm going to choose some logical operators that I can use to evaluate against item name. And the one that we want for this is in list. So I'm going to provide a list of items that will be approved. And if the item name variable that gets passed in matches, then this statement will be evaluated true. So where we're going to find that is under text rules. And then we're going to expand out the list rules section. Inside the list rules, we're going to select in list. So the verb that we're selecting here is item name in list. So once we've selected that, again, it moves through sequentially. I just have to hit next, and it's going to take me into the condition. So item name is in list. It now wants me to provide that list. So here in the input, I have value, and it's asking what should the value for item name be in order for this statement to evaluate true. And you can see it's asking for a list of strings. It wants to know the array that it can compare the variable that it gets passed into. So in here, we're going to provide a list just like you did before when you were creating the drop-down list in your form. We're going to put each of those list items into a single row here inside the form, or inside the rule, excuse me. So that list is on page 41 at the very bottom of the screen. So we have monitor, laptop, mouse. I'm gonna try to make this bigger so everybody can see it. So just one more time, because this one does tend to trip people up. It's going to look like a list of comma separated values. It's going to be like a single line with commas in between each word once this is done. But in order to create that list and for it to work properly, when we're defining it in the input, they have to be on separate lines. You'll also notice that I capitalized each of the first letter in each of these words. That's just a habit of mine. The rules designer doesn't care because in the settings up here, we've set this to be case insensitive. So it's not going to care what casing the letters have when they come through, as long as the string itself matches. This rule will evaluate true. Now, of course, if we wanted it to determine that based on case, we would just have to uncheck this box. Let's see, so what does constant mean here? So in this case, we're defining a constant list. I'm typing in a specified list of items into this box. This is not dynamic in any way. There's not going to be any other data that feeds this list. It's always going to be this list of 5 items that I've typed in. Now, if I wanted to make it dynamic, just like we've done with other inputs, I could do like a select from flow or pull in some other data in some other way so that it was dynamic. But in this case, it's always going to be this same list of 5 items. So we just defined those statically. Gotcha. Yes. So in this case, so it kind of depends on the methodology, whether or not we would need to use build array. So in this case, this is expecting a list of items in this fashion. If this was a different kind of list, like build array is an option here, and we could probably even use it. I've never tried, but this text box will actually accept this list. Other times, when we're trying to define an array and we only have a single item to pull in, like if this was like a select from flow, for instance, and I still wanted it to be a list, this is when I would need to use build array to do that. But in this case, because I am defining the list here, it's static, we don't need to worry about that. Here we go. So once we hit done, you can see it now converted my list into a single line with commas in between, and this creates my first statement. So item in list, item name is in list, monitor, laptop, mouse, lamp, headset. So that's our first statement. Now, this is the first element that's going to determine whether or not my rule is true. I wanted to know if the item that my user is requesting is one of these 5 things. Now, if they are, then I want to do some other calculations on that too, some other conditions that I want to be met in order to determine if this is going to be auto-approved or not. So underneath item name, we have this add link here. So if I click on that, I have 2 options. I can add a condition or I can add an either or group. So don't click anything just yet. I'm just going to show you some stuff. So if I just do add condition, it's going to give me an and. So it's going to give me another statement that I can add to this. And in order for this rule to return true, both of these things would need to be true. However, we want this to be a little bit more complicated than that. So we're going to add an either or group. So the way that this is going to work is it's going to, you see how we have these curly braces around each of these things. It's going to evaluate this if statement first. So if item name is in list, one of my 5 items, then this portion of the rule will return true. But we have this other condition set down below it that will also need to be evaluated. So once it does item name, it's then going to move on to these other 2 statements. And just one of these things needs to be true in order for the rule to return true overall. So we're going to go ahead and add those 2 either or statements. So I want these to be if the number of items requested are less than or equal to 1, or if the total is less than or equal to 500. So here I'm going to add another condition. I'm going to choose the quantity this time. Select next to go on to my verb. And here we have our number rules. So unlike when we were doing the item name up above, there were a lot more options to do with that. Down here, we already told decisions that quantity is an integer. So it's only giving me numerical or mathematical options to evaluate that against. So we have fewer things to do. So I'm going to say less than or equal to. And then we're going to evaluate that against a constant 1. I want to know if the quantity is less than or equal to 1. If they're requesting 2 laptops, a human being needs to evaluate that and determine whether or not they want to approve it. But if they're just requesting 1 laptop, totally cool. We're going to go ahead and consider that auto approved. There we go. So now we're going to define our or statement. So we're going to add a condition by clicking add, and then add condition here. And it's going to give us another statement to fill out. So now we're going to select the total variable. This is going to be, again, less than or equal to. And I want to know if it's less than or equal to 500. So once we're all done, this is what our statement rules should look like. So we're passing in these 3 given inputs, item name, quantity, and total. Our statement rule is going to evaluate each of these curly braces like in turn. So it's going to start with the big if statement. So if item name is one of these 5 items, and that's true, it'll then move on to these other 2 statements. If the item name is not in list, the overall rule is going to evaluate false. It's not even going to bother with the quantity and total statements because this rule has to evaluate true in order for those nested rules to even be evaluated at all. So after that, if the item name is one of these 5 things, it's going to then say, okay, is the number of those items that they're requesting 1 or fewer? And of course, it would have to be at least 1, right? But if they're requesting 2, the rule is going to evaluate false. But at the same time, if they're requesting 2 laptops and the total is still only $250, it's going to evaluate true because these are either or statements. Both of these things don't have to be true, just one of them. So let's go ahead and save, and let's do some debugging and see this in action. So I'm going to open up my debugger, and unlike the flows that we've worked with previously, or you may have seen this yesterday when you were working with Jared, I'm not sure. But instead of just having the big like start debugging button in the center of the screen, I have this inputs menu here in the center. I have the ability to set what those given inputs are. So item name, quantity, and total, my rule knows that it needs those 3 things. And it says, okay, well, in order for me to test this, you've got to tell me which values you want to test. So I'm going to throw in here lamp. I'm going to say I want 2 of them and that the total is $30. So once I have those values plugged in, I'm going to run the debugger and see what my rule returns. So my rule returned true overall. So this flow would proceed down the true path if I put this into my flow designer, or if I put this rule into a flow designer. So let's see what happened. So we requested a lamp, and lamp is in the list. So I have a green line here letting me know that, yep, lamp is approved. It's one of those 5 items that we said. And then so our rule moved along into its subconditions here. It's either or statement. Now 2 is not less than 1. So this statement was false. However, the total is still less than 300. So the rule evaluates true. So both of our statements here in both curly braces end up returning true, even though this line is false. So I'm going to run this again. I'm going to do this a few more times so that we can see some different outcomes here. So now I'm going to request a pen and leave the same number of values. So here, because a pen is not one of the 5 items that we requested, it's not even going to bother checking our either or statements. It doesn't care anymore. Nope, it's not one of those 5 items. So this rule is false. Or this rule evaluates false. Doing that one more time, making a little bit more of a realistic example. If I ask for a laptop and I want 2 of them, but the total is $499, the rule evaluates true because I'm requesting a laptop. That's one of the 5 approved items. And yeah, I'm requesting 2 of them. That's not less than or equal to 1, but the total is still under 500. So this rule will be, this request will be auto approved. So I'll pause here for just a few minutes for everybody to catch up. If anybody has questions, go ahead and sound off in chat. Shahzad asks, are there any other elements available here like user role? Yeah, absolutely. So it all comes down to what you're evaluating against all comes down to the elements that you're passing in. So just for an example, let me just duplicate. No. If I wanted to evaluate, a user's role, I would define inputs like user groups, list, and then say something like if user groups list contains, managers. And then I would just need to pass in the list of groups that that user is in into this rule. So this is something I will show y'all how to do later in the week. Like once we get a little bit further, we have a section devoted to user management. So either Jared or I will go into a little bit more detail about this to show you exactly how to do that. But I think you can get the idea from what we're doing here. Compulsively saving, always save, frequently and often. Cool. So now that we've built our rule is functional, it's exactly what we want it to be. Now we need to place it into our flow so that it can provide additional context to our purchase request system that we're building. So we're going to pick up on page 44 in the click-through guide, find our way back into our purchase request flow, and then we're going to add this rule after our form. So there's a few different ways you can do this. We've shown you how to drag steps over from the steps toolbox. Earlier today, I showed you how to drag the tails off of the ends of your steps to bring up the quick selection steps toolbox here. There are a couple of other ways to do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to add the run rule step to our flow. So one additional way, right now I have a closed line. The line from my purchase request form goes to my end step. So two ways I can do this. I can grab the run rule step out of the steps toolbox, hover over my line until it's highlighted orange, drop it on, and then it will fill in after that previous step. So another way to do that is if I hover over my line, we've used the delete button here a couple of times. We also have this little plus sign. So I can click that and it will also bring up the quick add steps toolbox here so that I can select the rule that I want. So what we're adding is the run rule step. I'm going to go ahead and rename this inline so that my step will be named appropriately. I won't have to go back in later and change the name of it. By selecting it from right there in the quick add, it comes through named auto approve rule, and I don't have to do anything else to change that later. And of course, I could do it in step information or by double or clicking onto the step name to change that name. Any of those three options work just fine, but we do want to make sure that we're renaming all of our elements as we go, including the names of steps and our variables and outputs, anything that we're working with in decisions. So right now, this is just a step. It's not been mapped to any particular rule. There are no tails coming off of the end of it because our run rule step doesn't know what kind of tails it should have. Should there be one? Is there a true false path? Is this going to be a truth table? It doesn't know. So in the properties on the right-hand side, we're going to pick or create rule, just like we've done before with our forms and subflows. So I don't want to create one because we've already added it. So I'm going to say pick existing. And just like we've seen before, I can go to recent, and here I can see my auto approve rule, or I can go to all, find my project folder, and then find my rule in the folder tree. So once I do that, now that Decisions knows what rule I'm passing in, or what rule it's meant to be evaluating here on this run rule step, it now gave me my tails. I now have my true and false paths that I can then select what the rest of my flow should do with that information. See, so Jasper says it doesn't show up in projects for me. Is there a reason for that? So now a project in Decisions, at least in this case, whenever we are selecting like doing the pick or create, if we do pick, project means something specific. We're going to tell you a little bit more about that when we talk about importing and exporting, but we haven't, at least I haven't defined a project in decisions yet. So when we're talking about our project folders, that's what we're referring to as like these folders that we're selecting items from. We're using it in kind of a loose sense, whereas the project in this context is a little bit more specific. Here we go. And so now I actually have an input that I still need to define here. I have a validation error on my run rule step. You can see I have the little red exclamation point. If I go down to my validation issues, I actually have several. My in step isn't connected. My auto approve rule, no mapping is set for item name. And then my true and my false paths aren't connected to anything. So let me go ahead and fix a couple of those. For right now, temporarily, I'm going to go ahead and connect my true and my false paths to the in step. And I need to define this input. Now you can see that decisions is pretty smart. It's already mapped in my quantity and totals because these variable names match other things that are already coming from my purchase request form. So I'm going to check out my purchase request form and find out why item name isn't being auto mapped. What's the variable name that I'm looking for here? And here, you know, it's got item name, the space in it. So it looks like it isn't able to map that up because the variable name of my rule is item name with no space. This one is item name with space. In some contexts, decisions can actually work that out for itself with the camel casing. If you camel case something and say, oh yeah, these are supposed to be two different words, no big deal. But in this case, it wasn't sure, and it wants me to manually verify which variable it should be inputting here. So we're going to say pick, and I'm going to find my item name in the list and map that in. Here we go. And so let's do one more debug just to see all of this stuff in action. So if first my purchase request form is purchase request flow is going to show me my form. So I'm going to fill this out. Throw in some values. We'll have a laptop. And when we submit, it's difficult to see because these are both going to the same place. Let me actually fix that so that this is a little bit nicer. This is all temporary, but I want to be able to show these paths. One more time. Another thing is that because our rule is evaluating the strings that our user is passing in, if there's a typo in here, it's still going to evaluate that as its own string. So if I put a E at the end of laptop or something silly like that, the rule will evaluate false no matter what. So here, my rule evaluated true. So I can see that my user submitted their form. I can view inputs and outputs here in the debugger and see all of the information that my user submitted. I can take a look at the rule and see that it evaluated true. Also here in the debugger, I can drill down into that rule. I can get a lot of information out of just viewing input output data and seeing, you know, hey, what did you come up with? You returned true. This is what was passed in. But if I wanted to actually see that rule in action, I can actually just click on the rule here. It's going to show me the statement rule as I wrote it, the way it would appear in the statement rule designer, and show me how it came up with that answer. And of course, navigating through the Explorer over here on the left, if I'm done with this rule and I no longer want to look at it, I just have to make my way back up the tree to the flow that contains it so that I can get that overall view again. go. All right, so that's our statement rule. So up next, we're going to be moving on to page 46, and we're going to start talking about truth tables. Or, sorry, page 45. So we're going to create a truth table to determine an approver. So what human being should be reviewing this request if our auto approve rule returns false? So if our purchase request can't be auto approved, then who should have the responsibility of reviewing that request and determining if this should be approved or not? So someone asks, how can I change the name of my form at this stage? So if you want to just change the name of the step, you can just click on the step name and then change it here. You can also do that in the step information. But if you want to change the actual name of the form itself, like in the form, there's a couple of ways you can do that. So we can go into the purchase request form, and then in the info panel, you can change the name here. And then also, go away, Zoom. If I go into my flows folder, or my forms folder rather, where the form actually lives, I can right click, manage. Oh no, it's edit, edit, set name and description. Here we go. So if our auto approve rule evaluates false, we need a human being to be responsible for looking at that request and approving or denying it. So I want to use a truth table to determine who that person should be. So let's go ahead and we're going to save and close our purchase request flow. And we're going to go back to our rules designer folder. This one, get rid of that because we don't need it. So in our designer folder actions up at the top, we're going to select create rule. It's going to bring up that picker just like we saw before. And out of the options that we have, we're going to choose the truth table. Just like we saw with the statement rule, it's going to say create truth table and give me the opportunity to give this a name. And I'm going to call this the approver truth table. So now this, what it brings us into, once we actually give it that name, we enter the rules designer. This is still the rules designer. It looks very different from the rules designer we saw when we were doing a statement rule. It does have a different layout. So this is a very different kind of rule. This isn't a, if this sentence is true or if this sentence is false. This one is going to be a grid, kind of like in a spreadsheet, where it's going to determine if the values that are in this column are true and the values in this column are true, then do this other thing. So beginning on page 46, we're going to start filling in some information here. So I'm going to provide some given inputs here. Cool. So we're going to go to our define input data on the given inputs for setup input data. We're going to give it a few things. We're going to say item name, requester name, department, quantity, Here we go. Once we've defined our inputs for our truth table, we're going to save and then close the data definition screen. And now we can start defining our statements. So for our first column, the first piece of information that we want it to evaluate is the department. So just like we did with our statement rule, we're going to select a data element. So we're going to select which of our variables we want it to evaluate. And I'm going to choose department. And just like we did in the statement rule, I'm going to compare this to a list of items. So I'm going to say list rules and in list. I tell you what, where did I lose you, Kristen and Colleen? Cool. Yeah. So in our first column for our variable, the variable that we're going to be evaluating is the department. And then in the verb section, we're going to choose under list rules, in list. Go. And so once we've selected our variable and our verb, our column should look like this. So it'll say department in list. Here we go. Now, our truth table, like we said when we were going over the slides, it can evaluate multiple conditions and return multiple answers. Can some rules be built in both a statement rule and a truth table? I mean, yes, you could do that. There are plenty of rules where you can. They do have different purposes, though. So hopefully this exercise will help demonstrate why you would want to use one versus another in different contexts. Go. Now, we do want to add another condition for this. So our truth table can evaluate multiple conditions and return multiple results. So we're going to add another condition, another blue column to evaluate. And in this one, we're going to select the total. And then we're going to say greater than. And just like we saw with the statement rule, this is a number, so it's returning fewer numerical or mathematical conditions that we can apply to that. So real quick, everybody, I may have stepped out when this is happening, but earlier today, did we create any user accounts? Was that part of the work that we did previously? Did we create any user accounts? Cool. So we have our manager accounts. Good. Excellent. Cool. All right. So now that we have our two statements here, we're going to provide the conditions that it should be evaluating against underneath. So we're going to be making our truth table match the image that's on page 48, at the bottom of page 48 in the click-through guide. So I'm going to fill this out on the screen. It's also going to be there on the page, whichever place you prefer to get it from. But that's the truth table that we're going to be making. So here on the department in list, I'm going to hover over where it says null here. And I'm going to click the little pencil to provide the list of variables that it should be comparing against. So in there, I'm going to put support. Just like we did before, I'm going to enter to get a new line. So it's going to look like a single string with commas in between. But in order to make this a functional list, and when I'm defining them statically this way, they each have to be on a new line. Support, engineering, and professional services. We continue to add some rows. This one's going to be IT and human resources. And so for our last row, I'm going to add one more. And for the department column, what you see in the image is that it wants that row of dotted lines. So we're going to not evaluate the department for the final row in our truth table. So the way that I'm going to make that happen is by clicking the pencil to bring up our inputs menu, and I'm going to select ignore. So instead of defining a constant list, we're going to select ignore so that we just get our row of dotted lines. So it's not going to evaluate this column to determine if this row is true. All right, so in my total column, I'm going to provide some values. Again, pulling from page 48 in the click-through guide. For our top row, I'm going to set this to a constant 100. Next row, 200. And in our final row, 1,000. So what is the has no match outcome box? So if we were to select that box, which it is selected, and we define a value here, if none of our rows evaluate true, then this would be the outcome of the truth table. All right, so once we've got our two condition columns defined, we have our department lists that are configured on the left column, our total values configured in the right column. Now, in the gray column, we're going to tell the decisions what the outcome should be for our truth table if any of these lines are returned true. Yeah, so the dotted lines, these are, this means that this field won't be evaluated. So we've set this one to ignore so that it's just going to completely skip over the department evaluation for this line and only evaluate the total to return this value as true. So for our results column, we're going to hover over where it says default output data. And when we do that, we get this little X and a pencil. We're going to click the pencil to change what that default output data should be. So you can see that by default, it should be returning a Boolean, a logical true or false value. However, I don't want it to do that. I'm trying to determine who should be the human being that will approve my purchase request if it is not auto-approved. So what I actually want it to return is a decisions account, the accounts that you created previously. So if I select the box, the drop down here, I get the favorites and I can see all of our common primitive types. However, the one that I want is not a primitive type. It's not something that it's not going to be in the favorites. What I want is a decisions account. So we're going to type into the box in order to search. And I'm going to just start typing account and bring up all of the options that decisions has available to me. So the one that I want is actually the one at the top. This is the account function, decisions framework, service layer, services accounts. These are decisions accounts. I'm saying that that's the type of data that should be returned by this truth table. So once I've made that selection, I'm going to click OK. And now, whenever I hover over any of my result lines, these gray lines in the gray column, I get the little pencil. And when I select that, it now wants me to define an account that it should select. So now in here, I know it wants an account and it says click the edit icon to choose, and I have a little pencil. In here, we're going to choose the accounts that you created previously. So yeah, so you're going to choose your manager one. So here we have pick or define. Over on the right, we could create an account, and I think it might even let me make changes to this account. However, I'm going to use the pick button on the left because I've chosen an option from the left-hand side, and I'm going to use the pick button to select that. Go. And we're going to continue on down the list, matching the image that's on page 48 in the click-through guide. So this one should be manager 2. This one is manager 3. And then for our final row, the row that only cares if the total is 1,000 and it doesn't care what department the person is in, this is where we're going to define our CEO. So define, that would be if I don't have an account that I'm actually trying to work with, I could define an account here. Like I could just say, you know, VA, CEO, give it an email address, and then define that account. So it created this. This isn't a real account. It can't actually log in, but I've just defined some data here. However, if I want to use one of the real accounts that we've already created, I'm going to select the pick. That's a good question. Let's find out. So if I just grab any of these other accounts, define, it looks like it worked. It's probably fine. However, given the option, I'm going to go with the pick just because that's what I'm actually doing. You know, I'm picking an account that actually exists, not defining an account that doesn't. So when we're all done, this is what our truth table should look like. Give everyone a few minutes to get caught up, ask questions. Cool, cool, cool. So once our truth table is all set, I'm going to go ahead and save and then close my rules designer. You know what? Before we do that, let's do some debugging. Sorry, everybody. Let's go back into the rule. Let's actually do some debugs before we put this into a flow so that we can see how this thing works. So up at the top in my actions bar, I'm going to choose debug, and I'm going to provide some values here, just like we did before. So I'm going to say that this is human resources. Item name is a laptop. You'll notice that some of these things aren't actually being evaluated. That's totally fine. Requester name, and the total is $300. Let's see what we get. So my truth table returned a single result. So I passed in human resources and a total of 300. So line 2 contains human resources, as does line 4. And 300 is greater than 200, but is not greater than 500. So only line 2 returned true. Now you see that line 1 also, the total column returned true, but human resources isn't in this list. So we only got one answer back from our truth table. Let's try to do another one. What can I do? Let's try that again. I think if I make this 501, cool, excellent. So in this case, I passed in human resources and a total of 501. So we actually got 2 results back from our truth table this time. So manager 2 and manager 4 would be selected as approvers for this request if we passed. So both of these lines were evaluated true. Human resources and the total is 500. 501 is greater than both of these total values. So both of those lines return true. If I pass in a total of 1, nothing returns true, not a single line. So can you still choose another output type like false for the match has no outcome? Yeah, absolutely. So right now we just have null. By the way that we've designed this, there really isn't a way to not get a result from this particular truth table. The result that I've passed in just to show us an example couldn't happen, because if the, if the result is that small, then that request would have been auto-approved. So, however, let's just take a look. Let's define this. So default output data. So here, constant, it still wants an account. So this is something I've never actually played with before, but it makes sense now that I'm looking at it. Because I've said that the output of this truth table is going to be an account, that's what it expects to be here, even in the has no match outcome section. So for that, I'd have to do more thinking about how to actually make that happen. So I can't just define a string or a Boolean outcome here, because that's not the output that the truth table is outputting. Yeah, so like Jared said, you might be able to do it if you create another output column. Like we can add additional output columns. Let's see, let's call this other. Say that this is a Boolean. And then for all of these, if we just say like ignore or null. Yeah, so if we continued on, and then we could put, any value that we want here. So here we have a Boolean checkbox. If it's checked, it's true. If it's unchecked, it's false. Here we go. It makes more sense when it is not. I'm not sure I understand, if you can clarify, but we could continue on down the list and provide an additional outcome here to provide that extra outcome that you're seeking. Here we go. All right, so now that we've seen our truth table in action all by itself, we're going to now add it to our purchase request flow in its logical place. So we're going to go back to our purchase request flow as it existed when we last left it. We have our form and our auto approve rule. Now, if my request is auto approved, I don't need a human being to evaluate it. It's only if it's false do I need a human approver to look at that request and decide to either approve or deny it. So I'm going to add my truth table to the false path on my purchase request flow. So I'm going to do that by clicking the little plus sign on my tail off of the auto approve rule. And we could use the run rule step. That is possible. You can do that. You lose a little bit of functionality when you do. There's at least one setting that is specific to truth tables that you won't get if you choose the run rule step. So in addition to that, we have the specific run truth table step. So here I can select the run truth table, give it a name. It's my approver truth table. And you can see that the step even looks a little bit different from the standard rule. It's still a green diamond, but it's actually a series of green diamonds. So it's a little bit of a visual indicator for me that this is not just a rule. This is a more complex rule, like a truth table. So just like we've done before, it's currently just the step. So we're going to map in our approver truth table that we created previously to that step. So just like we did before, it mapped in some of my inputs. It found department quantity and total, but something about the way that I've either spaced or not spaced something, it's not sure about item name and requester name. So it wants me to manually declare those to make sure that it's getting the right information. So I'm going to go ahead and map those in. So item name, if you ever do what I just did and you click on one of those variables and you're not sure which one you clicked on, you don't have to close out and start over. Look up here at the top. It'll say for input. It'll give you, this is item name that you're mapping in. That's what it wants. And it'll even give you the type. So we can make sure that that type matches up with what's inside the square brackets. So I'm going to grab my item name and then my requester name. Cool. And so now that we've got everything all connected, let's do some debugs. Let's go ahead and run a few different requests through and see how our purchase request system, now with more robust decision-making power, is going to handle different kinds of requests. So I'm going to go ahead and ready. I'm going to say that I want an apple. And I want just one of them, but it's going to be a very expensive apple. So my item is not in the list of approved items. So an apple doesn't count. So my auto approve rule has denied it. Doesn't mean my request is denied. It's going to follow the false path to go to the approver truth table, where manager 2 was selected as my approver, the person who should be the one to either approve or deny the request that I've made. So let's do that again. I'm going to submit another one here. Engineering. Let's get a big one. Oh, well, because there's only one. Yep. Say 2. Here we go. So for this one, our auto approve rule was false. Laptops in the list, but 2 is not less than 1. And 6,240 is not less than or equal to 500. So our rule evaluated false. It was sent off to the approver truth table, where we had 2 results. One is for manager 1, because professional services is in this list for row 1. 6240 is greater than 100, so manager 1 gets the email. But also 6240 is greater than 1,000, so the CEO is also going to get a notification about this if we configure it to do so. So we got our 2 answers out of our truth table. All right, so we have talked an awful lot about rules. We've done some statement rules, we've done some truth tables. We've added both of those things to our flow. Sorry, that was not what I meant to do. Here we go. We've added both of those things to our flow. So now our flow is going to do some more complex logic. It's capable now of making business process decisions. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break. But before we do we have any questions, comments? Cool. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and find us a timer. So is there a limit to how many columns you can make in a truth table? So not any reasonable limit. So everything in decisions does have like a count limit on it. By default, it's something like 20,000 and something that you can have of any one item. However, your system administrators can also adjust those numbers up or down based on the system resources that they're working with. So really everything in decisions has that set cap on it of 20,000, whatever it is. But that's probably not a limit you're going to reach in a truth table, at least not in any common situation.
Yeah, and that's the recursion limit on flows. So you can't call a flow more than 20,000 times unless you change it. The only limitation that you have on rows, there's actually, I think one of our devs, funny story, actually wanted a truth table that had like 10,000 columns in it. And actually one of our old sales engineers who used to work at Decisions had it for that dev so that he can actually do performance testing on it. So yeah, you can have a crazy limit that you can have for it, but you're probably not going to reach it like Randy said.
And can you import an external CSV as a truth table? So you can use an external truth table and you can import a CSV into decisions and then manipulate that data. However, I'm not sure how a CSV in and of itself could serve the purpose of a truth table. There may be some things about CSVs that I'm not aware of, but I don't think that would work as described. I think you would need to do some other manipulation to that.
Yeah, like Randy said, with the external truth table, what you do is when you create it, what it allows you to do is you can pick an Excel or a CSV file, and then you would have to select the columns in that CSV and Excel file that have the inputs that you want to pass in, and then that has the output result that you want to output, and then the middle rule verb. So with the external truth table, that's kind of what its function and purpose is that instead of having us run the flow to iterate through all the different values inside that CSV or Excel to create a decision-making tool, you can use the external truth table, you pick the file, and then you define which column is the input, which column is the verb, and which column is the output.
So I'm using my work account for YouTube, which I use YouTube Premium. Like I am that person because I just cannot stand the ads, but like, my gosh, this is crazy. Okay, here we go. Let me just double check. Zoom go. Cool. So I don't see any additional questions. So let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break, everybody. When we come back, we're going to talk about UI, UX, and best practices. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to wait just another moment for folks to get back from break. All right, welcome back, everyone. So to wrap up our day, we're going to talk about some UI UX best practices. So we're going to take a break from building in decisions to talk about what are some ways that we can make sure that the products that we build in decisions are as usable as possible by as many people as possible. So let's get started. So we're going to talk a lot about good coding habits in the course of this lesson. Now we know that Decisions is a low code, no code platform. We don't actually do any coding in
Randy,
Decisions.
I think we're supposed to be on the UI UX best practices. Is that UI UX or is that flow best practices?
Oh, you're totally right. Sorry, just a second.
No worries. I know they're both best practices. Okay.
Just a
You
moment.
guys got a fancy sneak peek into a future class, so don't tell anybody. That was a secret. While Randy's getting that set up, I'll answer some of the questions. Alfred asked, how can you use or capture the result of the output data of the truth table? So in your rules, especially in the truth table, it's going to output a list of results. And with that list of results, you can use and manipulate that list however way you'd want. So if you want to get the first item that list, because you want the first account, you can do it that way. There's also a setting on the truth table to say output the first result. So if you only want one result, you can just output that one as well. So that will work for that one. Ezra asks, is there a way to ignore multiple rows at once? So there's no way to select multiple rows to ignore. You'll have to manually go into each row and say, hey, ignore this row, ignore this cell, ignore the cell, ignore the cell, because you don't want that to be evaluated in the rule criteria. So that's how you would set those two up.
All right, so we're still going to be talking about best practices, but rather than inflows, like Jared said, we're going to be talking about UI UX. That's been our focus for the day. So we're going to talk about how to make forms and other user-facing controls in the best, cleanest, most usable way possible. Go. All right, so to start us off, whenever we're designing forms, and everything that I'm about to tell you, this is all best practices. These are not hard and fast rules. Like Jared said yesterday, more general guidelines than actual rules. However, generally speaking, we would prefer to see a format for a form that looks more like the one on the left. So it's a single column. This makes it faster to complete. We have a single reading direction. We don't have to worry about, complex tab orders. Is this supposed to be going from left to right and then down? It's better for mobile use because this is going to appear a little bit more cleanly on a mobile screen than a multi-column form might. You can imagine how if I'm trying to view this form on the right from a cell phone or a small tablet, I may have to zoom in and pinch and zoom out and move around in order to see all of the elements that are on the form. So for those purposes, a single column layout is the general best practice for how we would want a form to be designed. Now, with everything that we're about to tell you about, you do have to consider your audience, consider the purpose. You know, most of the general internet traffic comes through mobile devices. So if I'm making a form that's meant to be accessed by, you know, the general public, you know, just anybody, then I would want to keep that in mind while I'm designing and make it more mobile friendly. However, if you, for whatever reason, don't want to use a single column layout, and you know for a fact that your business users, the internal users that are going to be using the form that you're designing, are always going to be viewing it on a desktop, then it may be that a multi-column format would be more beneficial for you. But you want to consider those factors in determining what layout you want to use for your form. Some other tricky situations that come up with multi-column layouts are, like I said, the tab order. It's easier to misinterpret which order I might need to fill out this information in. Am I supposed to fill out the column and then go up to the next column and then down? Am I supposed to do more like, you know, number 5 here, which I think is what most people assume, where I go left, right, and then down. But we don't want to give our user any reason to doubt what information they should be putting in there and in what order. Make it easy for them, give them a single row all the way down. It may also be that your form may need to contain or collect a lot of information, more information than is going to appear on a single screen at any time. So when we're doing that, there's a couple of ways that you can shrink your form size down, but still collect all of the information that you need. So one way is with tab containers. So within your form, within the form itself, you can create tabs where you have different inputs for your user to collect. You can set active form flows on each of these so that you get, you can make sure that your user is filling out all the information that they need, but this does also require the user to click into these tabs individually before they submit. This is very useful in a lot of contexts. However, if you want your user to have a more linear experience, you may consider using something like a multi-form sequence, where you actually have multiple individual forms that are linked together in a flow so that they can progress through those like pages, so that they can fill out their profile info, hit submit, go on to the contact info, hit submit. And then you can even add a progress bar element to the form itself so that they can know how far along they've gotten and how much more filling out they have to do. You know, sometimes if a user is filling out a bunch of information, has anybody ever filled out one of those crazy job applications where you click through like 50 pages of personal questions and you think, gosh, when is this ever going to end? You know, giving your user a little bit of context for how much farther they have to go is a good thing, so that they don't think, gosh, this is going to go on forever, and they click away from the form at the very last section.
To say, you mean all our new hires and decisions, that what they experienced, right?
Oh, I didn't experience that. I sure hope not. No, that wasn't my experience. No, we have a pretty good hiring process, I think.
Awesome.
Here we go. So we also want to group related information in a form. So here on the left, we have a pretty good form. There are some title indicators here to indicate which sections of information. This gives your user context. So in this case, it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. However, in a lot of cases, you may be able to imagine a time where a field may be confusing. So you're asking for my username, but I don't know what you mean by that. It may be that there are similar inputs on a single form or in a single process that you need to collect. So by giving your user some neatly organized sections. So here we have a label with a nice little gray bar divider showing profile. And this gives me context for what I'm filling in this section. And then down below, more additional context for that section. Now you can see on the right, it goes straight from what is your favorite food to city. And I'm going to say like my favorite city to get pizza in, like what are you asking me for? So by giving a little bit of additional context, you can make it easier for your users to provide you with accurate and relevant data. Continuing on with labels, we do want to make sure that we have labels on all of our inputs. I'm going to tell you about what happens if you don't have labels on your inputs in just a moment. But when you do that, don't put them in all caps. So you can see over here on the left, this is a pretty nice looking form. We have labels and inputs. They all just say label and input. However, this is nice to read. This is pretty easy to look at. Whereas over here on the right, these all caps labels, like I think this form might be mad at me, or it may have been generated by a robot. Like human beings don't type this way unless they're not very good at digital communication maybe. But what this does make me think of is that I'm talking to a computer. This isn't a human process that I'm working on. This is something that's meant for machines. So to avoid that, to make sure that your users have a pleasant experience, make sure that your labels are not in all caps. When it comes to multi-select options, if you have fewer than 6 items, then that should be pretty easy to display for your user on the screen. We shouldn't need a drop-down list for so few items. Having a drop-down is extremely useful, but it is also an extra step. In order to view what my options are, I have to click on the drop-down in order to see what the list contains. However, if I'm just selecting from up to 6 items or 3 items or 2, it makes more sense for me to be able to just visually scan that list and then make my selection versus having to open up a drop-down, scan the list, and then make my selection. Contrast that with if you have more than 6 items. Let's say that I'm trying to choose from all of the airports in the continental United States. That's going to be a really, really long list. And so I would not want to try to put all of those things into a radio button list because that would take up my entire form. So in that case, I would want to use a drop-down, give my user the ability to make their selection without taking up all of the real estate on my form. For small lists, use radio buttons. Kind of continuing on with what we were talking about with labels, we don't want to use watermarks as labels. We do want to have watermarks. However, they shouldn't tell our user what the input is. So here on the left in our do section, we have a label, and then there is a watermark inside the input itself. So this gives our user additional context, but it shouldn't be the only indication to the user what that field is for. So Chris asks, are our drop-downs smart ones where you can type at the beginning of a word and it will limit the results? Yes. So it's one of my favorite features, without any additional configuration. So the airport example, that's actually the project that many of you are going to do next week if you stick around with us to developer training. I actually did that doing that project. I put all the airports into a drop-down, and it was very cool. You could just start typing your airport code and it would select it. So can you think of any reasons why we wouldn't want to, besides just purely aesthetic ones, some functional reasons why we wouldn't want to use a watermark as a label? Has anybody ever been in this situation with a poorly designed form? I can tell you, I think I've filled out some forms before where I've started filling it out. There are no, oh yeah, Trevor says all the time, Shashidara says yes. So yeah, you start filling out a form and then you get a validation error. It says, your phone number isn't correct, and you're looking at it and you're thinking, yeah, it's correct. And then you try to change the format of it. Maybe they want parens around the area code or something like that, and nothing is working. And then finally, you just get frustrated, you refresh the page, and it turns out that the box that you were typing your phone number in was actually the email box. And because there were no labels, there were only watermarks, you couldn't tell. Yeah, that becomes frustrating. And if you are in a context where you are trying to entice your user to fill out your form, say it's like lead generation or something like that, then your user is going to bounce. They're going to go find another provider to request a quote from. So watermarks should help provide input on what the expected input is. So instead of telling our user that this is an email box, our watermark should give context for the format that email should be in. Same for our social security number option here and the phone number. I'm going to show you another option for this in just a moment. We're going to do a little bit of practical examination of this one in particular. Here we go. So we want to make our calls to action descriptive. So like I was saying with our lead generation form, now if this is something that you're creating for business users, you know that people have to complete this process as part of their normal jobs, you're probably going to put less effort into the design. I don't think you should, but most people will. If we're talking about something that's strictly internal, it's only for your coworkers to complete, we tend to put a little bit less design effort into that. However, you will probably eventually be creating something that is meant to be viewed by the general public or by more public audiences. And in those cases, you want to make sure that you are creating enticing forms. So taking it back to our option of our example of the lead generation. In that case, that person isn't obligated to tell me that information. Their incentive to give me the info that they're filling out is pretty slim. Yeah, they may want to buy a house and I may be a real estate agent, but there's loads of real estate agents around. And if that form is ugly or bad to complete, they're going to go find another one. So by making our calls to action descriptive and attractive, we can increase the amount of data that we collect from that form. So here our button says sign up rather than submit. Submit's kind of sterile, and it may, in many cases, it may be appropriate. However, if you have another option, if your button is actually meant to be request, use request. If you're signing up for a service, use sign up. Use a verb for that call to action button that's descriptive of the process that the user is completing. Continuing on with buttons, you do want to make some differentiation between your primary and secondary buttons. So we have a few examples here. Now, you do want to make sure that your call to action is descriptive, which all of our buttons are. We have two options here, sign up and delete. So in the case of the options up above, our user is signing up for something. So we've already completed that. And in the case down below, we're going to run with the assumption that delete is the object of this form. That's the reason that they're here. That's the option that they want to take. So we've made that button bright red and we've given it a clear and descriptive call to action. Now, each of these forms also have secondary actions. They all have a cancel, and some of them are better than others. So in the top right up here, we can see that cancel looks exactly like the sign up button. I know that I'm human and that, lots of humans do this sort of thing where you're just looking at two buttons and you may be looking at the sign up, but for some reason your mouse hovers over cancel and you can't really explain why. But we can help alleviate that for our users. We can help trick their brains into not making that mistake by changing the look of the cancel button. So over here on the left, sign up is bright blue. It attracts my eye. My mouse is going to navigate towards that. It's kind of like looking at a squirrel on the side of the road while you're riding a bike. You just can't help but aim towards it. However, the cancel button is lighter. It's a little bit softer. It's still there. I can see it, but my eye isn't drawn to it as much. Down below, we have the same thing. Cancel is faded, it's gray, but it's still pretty bold. Like my eye is probably still going to find that. So in the case where I want to make that even less attractive, remove the box altogether. Just make it a link so that you just have the word cancel. You could still add some hover actions and things of that nature to this so that it has a little bit more oomph when the user is actually using it. However, your eye is still going to be drawn to the actual button you came here to click and not going to be attracted to the attractive distractor of the cancel button over here on the left. I can tell you this happens to me all the time when I'm working in decisions, like the little box will pop up and do you want to save the thing that you're working on? And I can't tell you how many times I've hit the cancel button or the no button instead of hitting save like I intended to. So these things do happen even when things are designed well. So continuing on with labels in our form design, when in doubt, labels should be top aligned. So here we have a vertical form. Our user is able to progress evenly down the course of this form, label input, without having to slow down or stop. They are going to be faster filling out this form than the one on the right, even if it's only by a minimal amount. Now the form on the right, this one's pretty tight. Like we don't have a whole lot of space in between our label and our input. However, any amount of space here is going to cause room or give room for users to misinterpret which field they should be looking at. Humans will all the time be looking at this label and start typing in this box. It's just something that we do. And the more space we have between those things, the worse it's going to get. Does anybody ever remember like being in school and you need to get out the ruler to like line up the elements that you were working with? Most people don't keep rulers on their desk anymore, and we wouldn't hold one up to a computer monitor probably. So we should make this easier for our users by just giving them label and input in the top aligned format. Continuing to expand on that point, whenever we are going to use side-aligned labels, we can see that there's a little bit of, there's some issues with this. So if I want to use the left-aligned labels, if I have one very short label and one label that's very, very long, it's going to increase the gap between my label and my input. And it's going to make that problem of getting crossed up in my inputs even more exaggerated. But if I try to compensate for that and right align, I still have all of this empty unused space on my form. And it's just not great design. We want to make sure that our forms are tight and exactly as large as they need to be to serve their purpose. So we can eliminate either the extra size gap here or the potential to cross up my inputs over here by making that top aligned. So here our inputs are much larger. I have more room to answer those questions in this form, and the size of my labels doesn't matter at all. They can continue on across the full length of the input, and all of my space is being used efficiently. All right, so that brings us to the end of our slides. I did promise I was going to show you guys how those masked text boxes work. So I'm going to create a new form here very briefly and just show off some of the things that we were just talking about. So here, by default, decisions does drop me into a multi-column layout. Now, right off the bat, I know that I don't want to do that. I just listened to that lecture and I'm going to make sure that I follow those UI UX best practices. So I'm going to first things first, switch this to a single column layout. So over here on the right, I could use the grid setup and just make some minor edits to these things from here in these boxes. So to delete one of these columns, I would just hover over it, select the hot dog menu here or the 3 dots menu, and then delete. However, my first go-to whenever I jump into a form and start making changes is I will open up the advanced layout and just go ahead and set the layout numerically the way I want it to be. So I click the advanced layout up here at the top in the properties. I'm going to remove one of these columns. And let's see, how many rows do I want? I think I want fewer than that. So I'm going to give myself 3 rows to play with. So I'm just going to collect 3 pieces of information. I'm going to call it name, age, and status. Don't ask me what status means. I have no idea. So I have my single column form with my 3 inputs. Oh, but you know what? I totally made a mistake because if I'm going to have 3 inputs, I actually need 6 boxes, don't I? Cool. So I have my single column form that has 6 rows in it that I can use to place my inputs on. I have this one resizable row down at the bottom because you always want a resizable row. So Jasper just asked, what's the one under the 6 rows? So this is my resizable row. So whenever I change the size of my form, this one resizable row is going to expand or contract based on the area that I've given it. So it's always a good idea to have a single resizable row in your form to give yourself that room to expand and contract. Here we go. So I have my single column form. I've shrunk it down so that it fits on the page a little bit more neatly. And I'm going to, here we go. I'm going to add some text boxes here. So first thing I want to collect from my user is their name. So I'm going to drop my text box into my second row down. I'm not going to put a title on this. So into the second row. And I did that to leave room for my label up above. So how do you remove the bottom part where the buttons went in the past? So the buttons are still going to go here. Now I think I can just delete that. Yeah, it'll just make it go away. Now what I'm left with is a 2-row single column form or 2-row single column grid. That's the underlying grid for my form. But my buttons are still going to go here. I'm not getting rid of those. So I'm going to undo that. Now, I am going to change this though, because as you can see, it's a little bit wonky. So here, I'm going to drag my text box into the second row of my form. And I left a row up top because that's where my label is going to go. And I'm going to go ahead and call this name. And I'm going to do the Shift Enter to automatically create my label up above. For the next one, I think I said I was going to do age. So I'm going to put a yeah, cool. I'm going to put a number box up here. I'm going to call this age, do Shift Enter, and you can see it's already formatting this as a decimal. I'm going to go ahead and change that to int so that I just have a whole number in this age text box, number box. So now for the bottom one, I think I said status. I think I was thinking of a different quick lesson that I do. But I told you I was going to show you masked text boxes. So that's what we're doing. I want to collect a phone number from my user. And I could, to do that, just add a text box. I could add some validations to this and set up all of this stuff manually so that it shows the watermark and that it gives my user the format that I want it to be in. However, I don't have to do all of that work. Decisions has masked text boxes built in that already have those watermarks pre-configured. It's going to check the formats. I don't have to create any validation rules. Decisions is going to take care of all of that for me without me having to do that work, even though I could do that work if I so chose to. So in the steps toolbox, I'm going to search for mask and find my masked text box. And you can see that the image even shows a formatted number here that kind of looks like a phone number to give us an idea of what we're getting out of this. So I'm going to add that to my form. I'm going to call this phone number. Shift Enter. And so over here, I can set the type for this. So right now it's set to general. I can choose one of these formats that are pre-configured in here, like social security number. If I were to do that, it's going to expect the US social security number format, 3 digits, 2 digits, 4 digits. But I'm going to go ahead and set this to phone numbers, and since that's what we're asking. And then we're going to see what that looks like in just a moment. So now I need to give a button. So like was called out in the chat, my button row is a little bit wonky. I need to make some changes to that. So I'm just going to delete my farthest right input so that these things fit a little bit more neatly. And then I'm going to add my button, and in keeping with my best practices, I'm not just going to leave this as button or as submit. I'm going to say sign up. Go. And then for I'm going to add a cancel button too. Let's do that. Go. And in keeping with our best practices, I'm going to change the look of it a bit. Say use font, button attributes. Color. fade that all the way out. Oh, that's the text. Sorry. Are you watching this, Jared? What am I missing?
What are you trying to do?
Change the color of this button.
Oh, so what you got to do is override background colors. You have to check that box.
Oh, gosh, right there.
Mhm.
Thank you. Cool. Make that go away. Then we'll change that. Bold. Cool. All right. So now we have our sign up and our cancel button. We have our 3 fields. We're going to be collecting from our user name, age, and phone number. And once this is actually live, we're going to see that the phone number has that watermark set into it, and it's going to expect that phone number format. Let's see. Is it possible to set a phone number masking based on country or region? Great question, Alfred. So I know that we can set a user context for culture or nationality, and it will do things like change currency symbols, as well as some other formats. We'll try this in just a moment. I'll change my locale and see if it gives us a different option for the phone number. Just do a little bit of a practical experiment with that. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to throw it into a test flow. I'm going to add my show form step to it, and then pick or create the form that we just created together. Now you can see that because I added 2 buttons to my form, I actually get 2 tails. Go. I'm just going to go ahead and connect both of them to the end step because we're not actually going to do anything else with this form. We just want to see it run. So I'm going to debug this. And now you can see that I have my form. It's showing me my inputs. So here I'm going to enter my name, say 99. And you see once I clicked into the text box or the phone number mask text box here, it gave me the format. My user doesn't have to think about what the format for this is going to be. It's going to fill that out for them. Cool. So let's see if we change our context. Time zones, currency exchange. It's currency. So I tell you what, I'll play around with that after class and I'll come back with that answer tomorrow. I'm not sure if it'll affect the phone number mask text box, but we'll find out.
If it doesn't, another thing you could do is I know there's a what is it, Alfred? You can find the regex, the regular expression of phone number for a different country format, and I believe it's in the mask text box. You actually can define that regex expression in that control to say, hey, I want it to always have 1 plus and then whatever type of formatting using the regex. So that's also another way you can do it as well.
All right. But that brings us to the end of our UI UX best practices. So I'll open it up to questions, comments, concerns, jokes. Yeah, so Jasper asks, how do you remove the border around the button? So I've got to be honest with you. Normally, I've done that with CSS. So anytime I'm trying to make like complex changes to buttons, I have written CSS for that. But let's take a look. Let's see. So if we go in here, border, it's the border there. It is not. Jared, do you know off the top of your head? Yeah, so
Here we
normally,
go.
whenever,
Sorry, my mic messed up. Yeah, so I don't think there's any way to remove that line in decisions. You'd have to use CSS. If you really want any type of really cool design for your forms, we recommend writing your CSS and then updating the class in decisions.
cool. So that is something that we cover in later trainings. But it's actually pretty easy to, and now I don't like CSS at all. I'm just gonna be perfectly honest with you all. I've never liked writing it. However, even with my limited skill set, it's pretty easy to do that in decisions. Let's see. So Sheshadar asks, what are some of these bad practices are actual requirements? Should we still follow the best practices? So if you're working with a customer, if you're working as a decisions developer, and this customer is either your boss at your company or a customer that you're working with as a designer, and they want something specific, do what they want. Talk to your customer about it. Let them know, hey, in my professional opinion, I would rather do it this way. I think that this is better for these reasons. However, you're going to do what your customer wants. You're going to do what your boss wants, right? So in those cases, make the customer or your employer aware of the best practices. Say, hey, I think it would be better if we did it this way. But of course, you're going to do what the person paying you wants you to do at the end of the day, right? Let's see. So Trevor asks, are there any CSS templates for use for this? So older versions of decisions did come with pre-made templates. However, version 7 does not. However, it's pretty simple to write your own and then upload it to decisions. And we'll cover that in later lessons. So there are CSS files in there that you can edit, but it's not quite the same as a default that you can just start editing. Oh, cool. Thank you. Good questions. Good questions. What else do we want to know? Anything we've covered up to this point? Cool. Good deal, everybody. So up next, we're probably going to wrap up a little bit early for the day, but we do have an independent exercise that we want to provide to you. This isn't something that we're going to cover in class, but to give you a little bit more context for the things that we've covered today, on page 52 in the click-through guide, there is this section 1 challenge. So what this is going to do is it's going to walk you through creating a very simple flow with a truth table to provide yourself with a little bit of challenge to use the skills that you learned today to create a small project that's totally separate from your purchase request. So this is all contained in one page. It's just a few steps, and this shouldn't take more than 20 or 30 minutes to do. So this isn't something that we're going to check. However, if you would like to go ahead and complete this section 1 challenge, I would encourage anyone who does. We'll have some Q&A time in the morning tomorrow. I would love to see some of those results and answer questions about that. But we want to give you the opportunity to work through this and flex some of those skills that you learned today. Remember to use the decisions documentation site for additional help with this. There are articles on the show pop-up step. There are articles on truth tables. There are resources to help you complete this. And so it's a good way to get your mind working so that you're not just watching trainers do a thing and then completing that as well. Let's see. Screenshot below. Oh, you're right. It totally does. So at the preliminary application check, we're going to set the interest rate flow along with the show pop-up step. Gotcha. So this pop-up, I believe I remember what this was. This was actually just an image of what the flow would look like. So I don't think you're actually missing anything there. I can tell you that I have followed this recently without any images. And so we shouldn't need anything graphically to represent that. But we will take that out of there. There doesn't need to be a screenshot. But good question. So Alfred asks, are you able to discuss how to handle grid layouts if you're showing and hiding multiple controls? Yes. So yeah, definitely. I think let me check the rest of our curriculum for the rest of the weeks of training. I don't want to get too deep into something that we're going to cover in a later week. However, if it turns out to be something that isn't covered, what I will promise you, Alfred, is that Friday afternoon, once we've wrapped up our business analyst class, I will show a little bit more about how to handle complex nested grids and making arrangements for disappearing and reappearing controls in those instances. So remind me of that Friday afternoon if I don't bring it up before then. And we'll definitely, we'll just take a little bit of extra time to go over that. So Trevor asked, how long do you think this practice challenge should take? Maybe 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay.
And don't feel rushed to do this. So if you want to do this like when you get home, that's fine. Because how I'm going to do it is I think I'll be teaching the first class tomorrow. And so what I'm going to do is at that point, I'm going to walk through me building it and show you the solution. And then you can compare how close or different tips and tricks that you found out. And I'll tell you the tips and tricks that I use to build this. So consider this as more as a reinforcement of the stuff that you've built that me and Randy have talked about today. And it's just going to make sure that you have that knowledge and solidify it. So we will review this first thing in the morning before. Let's see, I want to look at my calendar, make sure, because I think I am starting, let's see, tomorrow, the 20th. And yes, before we talk to the next section, there we go. So yeah, before we talked about data structures, I will go through the click through and show you how to build this. So.
And we had a question. So I missed a few hours of today's lectures because of work, but I plan on catching up with the video later. Are there penalties for this? Is there anything I can do to make up for it? So one of the requirements to pass our training classes is to attend every day. We understand life happens. As long as you were here for at least part of the day, that's okay. Go back and rewatch the videos. And just like you did, make sure you communicate with us. But we just need to see that you've come in for at least part of the day every day. Deepak asks, can we have the PowerPoints? Yes, we will make those available to you. So are there any prereqs for the dev course? Yes, this class. So for each of our courses, you have to have taken the previous course. So you have to pass business analyst to start the dev course. And then the dev course is broken up into those 5 weeks. You can't do week 2 unless you've done week 1 and so on. Cool. Great questions, everybody. Yes, that's correct. 5 sprints. So is the chat captured? Yes, at least as far as I'm aware. I know that Zoom does capture the chat. I believe that should be available to you in the recording. And then is the quiz going to be Thursday? Let me check that agenda. Let's see. So yes, the quiz will be the last thing we do on Thursday afternoon. Yeah, so where can we find the decisions documentation site? So it is available inside our learning portal. So for one, for anybody, if you're not logged in, it's documentation.decisions.com. So that's where you can find it live on the internet as it exists for everyone. But if you're inside Basecamp, if you go to your learning portal, sign in. So on your My Learning page where your courses are listed, if you scroll down, we have the decisions documentation site available for you here as well. So yeah, John, if it's not coming through, I apologize, though that is something that we'll want to fix. However, if that's the case, we will do what we can about that. That is something that we're going to want to fix. However, I may not be able to do that immediately, but I will check on that. Then Deepak says the timings will be the same for the dev course as well. No, timing is a little bit different for the dev course. So for you, Deepak, you're a decisionite. So see me after, and we'll talk about what your schedule is going to be. However, no, for the developer courses, we do all of our classes on Mondays, and then the rest of the week we're going to do some check-ins with you every day. But you're going to be mostly working independently for the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday after that. Good deal. All right, everybody. So it's been an excellent Tuesday for our business analyst week. I hope everyone is enjoying the course so far and getting good things out of it. We've got a lot more road to cover, a lot more topics to explore. Our purchase request process is only getting started. So we're going to go ahead and release now. Enjoy the rest of your day and your 50 minutes of extra time back. And we look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow morning.